Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, April the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Well, guys, obviously we're in for a big, robust opening here. The SPY is up huge, up 7 points right now, almost 3%. More importantly, looks like we're going to take all this area out. Geez, I don't think we're going to do it today, but we're starting to challenge that 200-day moving average even. So anyway, as always, let's wait to see what happens once the market opens. But obviously right now we're in for a huge opening. So let's take a look at some of the things happening this morning. Interesting. This is not probably one of the first places I'd go to, but anyway, Planet Fitness, PLNT, big pop. I guess if you're following all the news about reopenings of some of the businesses, and gyms were mentioned. So anyway, that's Planet Fitness is a big pop up for it, PLNT. Schlumberger, SLB, is an earnings play. SLB is an earnings play. Now it was up a lot more, so it's starting to pull back quite a bit. It was up to 15.19 down to 14.52. So this is an earnings play. Again, always wait and see once the market opens. AMC having a nice little recovery day. AMC. That's a big gap for it. Look at this. I mean, if it takes all this out, I mean, the high right there is around $4. You can see that in the pre-market, it got to, I think, 408. So if it can maintain this, take all this out, this has a potential to start getting back up to this area. Roku, I know a lot of you follow Roku. Roku had gapped down, and it's right to the 200-day moving average. That's why I noticed it. Right near the 200-day moving average, 123.58. So it's at 123.75 right now. Yeah, oil is still, there are no, just taking a look at oil right now, some of the oil ETFs. So and by the way, guys, if you want to try, I created a new symbol list for this. This should include some of the new ones that I've added, JETS, etc. So if you want it, because I do get the question from time to time is how come I don't see all the ETFs that you have when you load it from my scan? So if you want to try, I think now in the scan, if you click on my spider sector list, I think you're going to get everything right there, the spider sector list. I think you'll get all the new ones that I have. BA, a nice gap up. I think they're reopening a plant. I think they're 27,000. Does that make sense? 27,000 people are coming back to work. And of course, GILD in the news with their drug. Now it's starting to give it up. I mean, this had hit a high after hours of 89. So, I mean, it's giving it up quite a bit here. Yeah, CUTR announced the financing this morning. It's above the financing price, quite a bit above it. 2.4 million shares at $10.50, so it's sitting at $11.20 right now. MAC having a nice little move here, up 16%. Again, one of these ones, I mean, if it can keep going once the market opens, has a shot to get up to that 970 area. That's where the next area of resistance is. Lovesac, LOVE, it's having another nice day. Look at the day. Well, it was an interesting day yesterday. I mean, it hit a high, but it sold off. But now it's above yesterday's high. Maybe you're going to challenge that 960 area. Furniture stores. Okay, I don't know. I don't think we have them in Canada. INSE. Okay, maybe forget it now. When this was up here at $3. This was up, still up 32%. Not too familiar with this company at all. but it looks like it hit right into this area here, that area of resistance. Now I know Gene is up. I'm sort of, I've lost interest in these little bios that say, hey, we're going to do something with the virus. I've lost interest in them, so I'm not going to follow them too much. Did I mention DNJR? DNJR. Another one that I'm not too familiar with. Saw it yesterday. The Golden Bull, aptly named. The Golden Bull. Look at this on the weekly chart. Look at it on the monthly chart. A huge amount of room. It's up another 33% for DNJR. It's a low float. 6.6 million in the float. Consumer lending. And let's see, anything else that I have on my list right now. Now, if you followed this one yesterday, I think after hours. So they kind of came clean about Works. If you read the press release, basically they're a middleman. And so I think they bought the product for about 14 and sold it for 19. I mean, it's still relatively significant. I think they said that over 2 years it'd be $234 million as opposed to the $1 billion that it looked like when they first made the announcement. So anyway, I mean, it looked like it was going to really take off here, but it's giving it up also, and that's the WORX. As I say, it was a very misleading press release when it first came out. Looked like all the $1 billion revenue was coming to them. Burlington Pilot. So good morning. Focus on the list became blurry, hard to read. Not sure how I can help you. Within YouTube, there are different settings that you can use, I believe. Like 1080 and all that, or I think maybe try a different setting within YouTube. You're the first to say that. I'm not saying it's not happened before, but you're the first to actually bring that to my attention. What do I think of TRNX? Yeah, again, I know this one had an incredible day yesterday. Huge volume, and even the volume right now is massive. Had 575 million yesterday. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously it is. I just don't usually follow anything under $1. It's not a pink sheet. So didn't they say that they were going to be doing a reverse split? And then they said we have basically saying we're not going to do a reverse split now. Wasn't that the news? You know, again, typically a company will do a reverse split like this because they're trying to regain NASDAQ compliance. Usually that means they have to have a share price over $1. That's why these companies do the reverse split. But so I don't know how to read this. Honestly, I don't really know how to read this. I mean, obviously yesterday had an incredible day. So with the market ripping the way it is, this is typically what happens. Gold and silver down, a little flight from precious metals. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Yeah, again, we have too many now. I'm going to have to go back to my, let's see, Goldman Any of them? Yeah, there's a few from Goldman. So I'm just going to put the Goldman, I'll do it. Goldman ones in instead of all of them. They're just too many. All right, there's a couple of upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. All right, let me just quick check to see if they've got any downgrades this morning. Okay, they've got a couple, I think. Sono, QCOM, huh, heresy, they're downgrading Apple. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades, just from Goldman Sachs this morning. Again, there are just too many other ones, so sometimes they can be the interesting ones to follow. Yeah, there was a problem with the TI Trade Ideas website this morning. It should be okay now. Should be okay now. Just check my channel bar. Yeah, should be back to normal. There was a server that had a little glitch for about 5 minutes, I think, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So I had a question. Can you add a symbol list to a top? Oh yeah, absolutely. You just create the symbol list. So if you created it, then all you have to do is to the top list window or the alert window, just right click, configure, symbol list, and then find it. You're probably going to have to add it. Add the existing list, find it, left click on it, make sure it's over in this left-hand column. Once it's over there, then this is a drop-down menu, and just click on only the following list and check it, and then it's attached. Absolutely, former test drivers, absolutely, or subscribers, Dennis, absolutely. In fact, let me put this link in here. This is a new link now for the test drive. I'm going to put it in both the Morning Peter in the YouTube feed. I'm going to put it in right now. I have a new link for the test drive. Okay, there's the test drive link. So again, if you click on that link, this gives you a big description of it, when it starts and all of that. And when you click on Save Your Test Drive spot, all you're doing is pre-registering, okay? We still get the odd email coming in saying, hey, I just signed up, I have no data. It doesn't start until May the 11th, okay? So don't worry about whatever message you're getting. And I think then on May the 11th, you will then get an email with your password and all that, so you can actually start, because May 11th is a Friday, usually around a couple of hours after the close on Friday, you'll be able to access the program, so you'll be able to play around with it for the weekend. And then, I'm sorry, May 11th is the Monday, so whatever the Friday is, I guess that'd be the 9th. So this is your pre-registering, okay? And just like it says, $8.99 for the 2 weeks. And again, that is open for, even if you're a current subscriber, a standard, you have a standard package and you want to try our premium service out, you can certainly do that. Sarah, that's an interesting one. Anybody else getting that? I'm not sure how to fix that. Um, can somebody maybe, if you have the time, and tech support, Sarah is saying she's using Chrome and the browser is telling her that she needs permission to play the audio. I'm sure it's just a check somewhere. I haven't come across that issue before. It must be within Chrome. I mean, settings, Chrome settings. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. Is that within the trading room, Nate, or is that within the browser? Neither. Okay. Within Windows. So Sarah, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't. Somebody is trying to help you there, talking about in the notification. Oh, okay, all right, all right. All right, so Rob Trader, let me just answer your question. The surf mode, what it'll do, it'll go through all the top list windows that you have, okay, even if you've minimized them. Second here, just so it'll go through all the top list windows that you have. I'll take the top 3 symbols, load them into the chart, top 3 as I have them sorted in a top list window, okay? And once it's finished, and it's not on this one right now, you know when it's on a top list window, when I think this will change colors. Right now it's on pharmaceutical. Well, right here, I'll show you. See, now it'll go to AIM. The next one, it'll go to OPK. Okay, and then once it's done the top 3, as I have them sorted, it'll go to the next top list window. It'll keep doing that over and over and over again. Now, see, it's on AMC. It'll go to DNJR. So that's basically what it is. It'll just keep surfing all your top list windows, and it'll keep cycling through them all. Once it's completed, let's say you had 6 open, it'll do the 6 and then it'll go back to the first one. It'll just keep surfing until you tell it to stop. This is just a toggle on and off. Or if you click on a symbol, it'll also stop. No, the system was down a few minutes ago. Yes. Now, for me, it was okay. I mean, I noticed in the channel bar, yeah, the channel bar wasn't loading, but it seems to be okay now. One of our servers had a little glitch earlier on. Seems to be okay now, though. Are you talking, which one though, Rob? No, I know. It was our website too. Our website was down, yes. Should be okay now though. When you say scans like UpGapper, from where? in the channel bar or some other. I mean, for instance, I have my gap up. This every time it's a real time alert. Yeah, it's real time then. Okay, from the channels, it's real time. So for instance, CHRS, if it made another new high, it would, up gap. If it's an alert window, it's real time. So it's okay. If it's a topless window with a T in it, it updates every 30 seconds. All right, guys, and as always, if you want to follow along, my watch list up, down, and the repeating, click on New from the toolbar, New, and then Channel Bar, and my windows. Now, before you do that, make sure you save. If you have a layout already loaded, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Before you do that, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So what happens when you click on anything from the channel bar, it's a layout, so it'll just replace the layout you have. Again, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. So, but if you want to follow my windows, my watch list up and down all day long, and the repeating, then you click on my channel, and these three windows will load, plus a couple of charts, I believe. And we'll get nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45 in these two. And in the repeating, it'll start once the market opens. And as always, I'm going to turn my, I'll be demonstrating the simulator all day long, simulated trading all day long. And I'm going to turn my two strategies on, which means they will auto trade the entries, So when a symbol appears, it'll take the trade immediately, automatically. When you say AI not refreshing, I guess you can, well, I don't know. You can go to their homepage again, start a live tech support chat with somebody. Bill's there. I know he's there. I'm not sure what to say. I don't know why. I mean, mine works all the time. I wonder why yours isn't. I mean, obviously there are no alerts yet, but mine works. Never have an issue. Okay, just give me, okay, here we go. Let me give you a link for it. What time is it? 9:28? Okay, a couple of minutes before the market opens. All right, so when you click on the homepage link, then you'll see a little chat pop up and just start a live chat. Bill is there, so he's probably the best guy to talk to, but yeah, I just don't know why you guys are having that issue. I haven't had I do see the questions, believe me. I'm not saying they're not an issue. I just never have that issue. All right, let me get rid of these guys, and the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great end to the trading week this week. Yeah, I know we had an issue this morning with the website. Luckily, it was fixed before the market opened, so we're okay now. Yeah, I can tell we seem to be okay now. All right, another 15 seconds, guys. I'm going to be calling The Love Shack. I know it's a Love Sack, but look at this. Wow, what a move. All right, we are now open. AMC, there's AMC. Look at DNJR. Wow, what a move right from the basically the big move in the pre-market. Did not give up anything really. But as usual, I usually sit out the first 15 minutes anyway, let things try to settle down a little bit. Okay, there's Gene, guys. I know it's got a lot of volume. They're saying we're going to be testing with the virus. So low float, 4.7 million in the float. I thought I saw Codex actually gap down this morning. Yeah, it gapped down this morning. Codex had actually gapped down this morning, but it's basically flat now at yesterday's close. Okay, CUTR, actually it's holding over the financing price. CUTR financing at $10.50. 2.4 million shares at $10.50. So it is holding over. Now look how whippy this is. So this got up to 1370, came all the way back down to 1325 for Codex. Now, the market is starting to fade a little bit here. So, I know there's a lot of enthusiasm about what was said yesterday in yesterday's briefing. Gosh. So this stupid one just got halted. LTRBP. I mean, look at that. So got up to 250, 242, right back down to 2 for Gene. I know I sound like a broken record, but the reason I sit out the first 15 minutes is for, yes, if you catch the right one and it keeps running, fantastic. But I've just seen too many times where stocks in the first 15 just, pop up and down before they finally maybe establish a bit of a trend. And I'm not saying after the first 15, a trend is firmly established, but I just find it, for me anyway, for my style of trading, just a little easier to wait it out for a bit. There's Momo, guys. Momo, a lot of momentum from Momo. Look at Momo on the move here. Not really that much action in the pre-market. Market opened. Big float, 150 million in the float. So much for AMC. AMC looked like it, I was saying if it could take all this out, doesn't look like it's going to. Big fade off that open. Are you kidding me? Arcus is up there? Wow, that's an amazing move, guys. Remember, this was the rumor of a buyout by Gilead. This was an AI alert yesterday at 28. I'm not saying it would have been easy to hold this one, but man, and actually at 24. We had 2 alerts yesterday from the AI on Arcus, 24 and at 28. It's amazing the psychology of all this. So, I mean, the briefing, if you followed the briefing yesterday, they talked about sort of a gentle opening of some of the states, and they cited some of the industries that they might start opening. One of them being gyms. So there's Peloton starting to move down. PTON, I'll bet you NLS is moving down also. Meanwhile, the Love Shack is just ripping here, almost, well, it hit 10. All right, guys, CFG is an earnings play. CFG is a bank. It's an earnings play. It could be interesting. Look at left on the daily chart. 1927 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It takes that out, and it has a lot of room. And that's CFG. It is an earnings play. Good volume already. Big float. Okay, Trox is open again. It got halted at the open, and now it's just resumed. So I'm talking about right there, the halt's resumed. Again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. All right, well, it did have a nice pop, DNJR, but now it's given it up too. Again, nothing will show up in my watch list up and down until at least 9:45. I have a purposely, or I put a delay on purpose. All right, I'll put an alert here for love around just over 10. See if it recovers that. I mean, again, look how whippy these things can be. All right, so we've got some of these little regional banks releasing earnings today. RF, CFG. Okay, I mentioned CFG, guys. It's right at almost at the high of 2 days ago. CFG. I think it touched it. Yeah, just touched it. Came back down. So I'm going to stick an alert for around, let's see, say around 1939. See if it can really clear this. Giving up a little bit, but it has room to the 22 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. LB, L Brands, another one on the move here. Just keeping an eye on the SPY to see if this little decline continues or do we stop. You might be running away from me too quickly. CFG. CFG on the move here, guys. Let's see, channel bar. Okay, do a reset, William. I know we had an issue earlier. Okay, we did have an issue earlier, but I couldn't get anything either. So maybe do a reset. And if you've already done that, then it must be the server you're on. All right, now CUTR is now starting to fade down. Remember, they did a financing at $10.50, so it's maybe starting to see if it continues to fade down to that level. All right, so this VNTR I notice is popping up in the Momo up, but look at this. Yesterday and the day before, it's basically, if it can clear 140, it doesn't have that much room. Well, you have to really look at. Sometimes you really have to look. They might have missed earnings by 11 cents, but maybe analysts thought they were going to miss by 20 cents. So it wasn't as bad as they thought. Maybe they've guided well. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons. Yeah. So I just got word from our tech. So if you the channel bar, if you have the channel bar up and running, just close it down and then reload it again. Okay. All right, guys, I can tell you right now, we've got a glitch in our AI. So let me just point that out. Just All right, guys. Yeah, there has to be a glitch in the AI because it's saying it looks like the cutter should be a short, not a long. I've just indicated that. Let's see if we've had some problems with one of our servers this morning, so I don't know if that's the issue. You have it as a short, really? You see, I've got it as a long. Interesting. Okay, guys, I'm just having to alert our tech guys here. Yeah, see, mine mine shows two longs. You see, that one makes sense, but I'm sure if I did a reset or something, maybe that'll. Yeah, so I did a reset and that works, but well, I knew it had to be a short. I mean, it didn't make any sense. Anyway, I did do a reset and that worked for me, but okay, back to, let's see, what time is it now? 9:47, so no alerts yet. Too bad. No shorts available for me anyway for this work. So they did come out with a press release after hours yesterday, kind of redoing what the press release should have said on the day it came out. Kind of coming clean. I mean, it's still a good press release. I mean, they're still making well, if you can believe them, but I think, their credibility is shot. Basically, what they said is, okay, we're more like a middleman. We're buying the product at 14 and reselling it at 19. So it works out to $234 million over 2 years as opposed to the $1 billion. Okay, so obviously, I mean, something went haywire there too on that long. All right, INSW though. INSW now it's pretty whippy, but let's see. I mean, it's not a low. Well, it is a low float. 22 million is still low. Okay, so with Zixi, the 200-day is getting actually kind of close. All right, for ZIXI, getting kind of close here. So I probably wouldn't take this one if so. If it retakes the trade, I will probably exit immediately because it's too close to the 200-day moving average, in my opinion. Boy, this one will not give up. RVP, what a run it's had from a dollar about maybe 2 weeks ago, from a dollar up to 340 for RVP. And it's still on the run here. 5 million in the float. I wish I'd seen this just a little earlier. The surgery partners, SGRY, big area for it to try to get through. Also, look at that daily. Gets through all this. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to these more expensive ones. What do I think about it? I mean, obviously it's in the news with their quick test. I mean, it's almost at an all-time high. Okay, OSUR. Where's that? So fairly tight stop, 1294. So I'm going to go over all this, guys. Why it took this trade, not so much why it took it, but how it position sized. Okay, 323 shares, took it automatically. So OSUR, what was the high yesterday? Was 1324. So let's see if it can take out that high again. That's why it triggered. And you can see there is the massive resistance right where it is. So if it can get through this, then it's got some room, or it's got some room, yes. And that's for the OSUR. Look at that monthly chart. Looks like it's, right at the level. So if it can get through this on that monthly chart, then it can start to maybe move into this void, this gap area. Stick an alert around 1330 and see if it can take that out and really clear this area. If it can clear it, INSC. So, I mean, this is tough right now. I mean, look at these topping tails in the 5. So again, what does it mean? It means the buyers took it up to that level. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers tried again. Sellers are, knocked it down again. Will the sellers grow tired of trying to knock it down and just, cede control to the buyers? I mean, this is a little battle that's going on right now. Meanwhile, SGRY just continues here. Big area for it. I mean, right up here, that high is around 875. I'm not saying it's going to take it out today, but if it does take it out today at some point, this will be a great one to watch for Monday. 1065 is the 200-day, so it's getting, a couple of dollars away. Okay, so CFG is little pullback. I'm going to stick an alert around this area here and see if it can continue. If it does, I'll probably take this trade. One of the few earnings plays today. Great volume for it. Again, I'm not telling you guys to take the trade. I'm just saying what I'm looking at. That 950 level. Was that you was that you in the pre-market asking me about TRNX? I mean, I just don't follow. I mean, I'm sure it's yeah, look at the volume. I mean, I had an incredible day yesterday, basically announcing they're not going to do a reverse split. It was not you? Okay, somebody else asked. I just don't trade stocks under $1. So wrong person really to ask. All right, Zixi now. ZIXI is not quite a red bar ignored. On the body of that candle, it is. This is just running away from me. Surgery, just running away from me. Okay, so the market is starting after that little decline when the market opened. A little decline there. Starting to stabilize a little bit here. Now let's see if this green candle can hold. Another 5 minutes for this to close. See if this can hold, and maybe we start moving up again. or at least stop moving down. Axl Rose, AXL on the way up here. Axl. Now, Schlumberger, SLB, guys, this is an earnings play. Now, this got all the way down to 14.20. Basically, it's about $1 off that low. SLB, it's an earnings play. It's a big, big float. 1.3 billion in the float, but it's already traded 6 million shares. It's an earnings play. On the daily chart, 14.98, so it's above the high of 2 days ago. So, yeah, I should have been, okay, if I'm really paying attention, okay, to, this is the simulator in action, okay, if I'm really paying attention, I probably would not let that happen. The minute it started fading like this, I would get out of the trade. I would not wait to get stopped out. This is the simulator in action. You know, as I was mentioning, this is such a critical area to try to get through. The minute it could not get through, now this could be good later on, the OSUR, if it comes back and can get through that area, that 1320 area. Just doesn't look like it wants to right now. All right, I'm definitely watching SLB right here to see how well it holds 15. This would probably be, even though it's an earnings play, it's so tied, of course, to the energy sector. So I would probably scalp it if I get in. I'm looking maybe for about a 1508, 1509 entry. Try to clear that whole number. And that's the SLB. All right, so I'm in it, guys. I'm in at 1509 for the SLB, but it's a very tight. Sugar, CFG. Well, it's at that level, but I'm watching the SLB, guys. I'm not convinced. I mean, where's my fill? I got to fill at 50. So I got to fill at 1508, not 1509, whatever. So 1508, a fill for SLB. If it goes back down there, I'm out, and I can always get back in. In fact, I'm out, guys. I'm out 16, 15, 16. I just not convinced. I can always get back in. And so it's just a scalp trade for me. And, you know, you can see I'm just not convinced on it. It's so tied to the energy sector. I know I've kind of blown it. I mean, it's looking like it's going to go higher. Only if you're in it, I mean, the good thing is that it's an earnings play. Yeah, okay. So you see, I got a little jumpy on that one. NRZ, well, that's one of those investment. It's a big, big float, almost half a billion in the float. It's traded a lot. It's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next high looking left is around 570, but that whole sector, I don't know what the rest of them are doing. Like, what is MIT doing as an example? MITT. So, you know, the sector is alive a little bit, but it's very whippy though. Very whippy sector. When I say that, I mean, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, even on a 15-minute chart. So another little regional bank, I don't have little, but I mean, it's a regional bank, Western Alliance, WAL, another one that's up. So the regional banks, IBKC, these are all earnings plays today. CFG and RF, another one, a smaller one. Looking left, 965 is the high looking left. So if it can take that high out, it has some room to that 10 level. Actually 11 level. My opinion of AMC, yeah, it's been very choppy. It's hard. I mean, you know, I had a great move in the pre-market, you know, with a lot of stocks. When the market opened, gave it up. So did have a little pull up here, but it's starting to give it up again. So I'm not that. It's just, for me, it's just too choppy a trader. I'm probably going to regret the SLB trade, but we'll see. No, the longer it holds this, I mean, I agree. If it gets back into the, say, the mid 20s, it could still have a run, but I'm just not 100% convinced. So what I'm going to do with SLB is I'm going to put an alert up in this area here, 1520-ish. Can always get back in. I mean, it's not a pure energy play, it's an earnings play. So Gene is through the 200-day moving average, 240. I mean, it's holding a lot better than I thought it would. Huge volume, of course, only 4 million in the float, so it's already traded. Basically, it's traded the float a couple of times, 2 times, and it's through that 200-day moving average so far, 230, 240, just barely above it. Meanwhile, Sugary just keeps moving higher here. Probably what did I say that high was? 866. So I mean, now we're talking clear sailing. Give me one moment, please. Well, listen, on the love, look, if it can get back over 9 again, I guess it might, but I mean, look what it did. I mean, it got as high as 10, pulled all the way back down to 868. Yeah, a little pull up, but this right now it looks weak. Right now it looks weak. Did the same thing yesterday. I mean, it had a nice pop up, but it sold off. So it's difficult to trade, in my opinion. Just difficult when you see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Same thing. I mean, look at these topping tails for INSE. I mean, and then you see what happened. I mean, there's two topping tails. What does it mean? Buyers had it up to there. Sellers knocked it down to there on that close. Buyers tried it again. Sellers knocked it down. Eventually, the buyers just gave up for a while anyway, and they let the sellers take over. Bob, you did that yesterday. I remember. Where's that plus sign in the keyboard? Right over on the right-hand side. Just give me a moment here, please. All right, so now SLB is underneath, well, it's right at 15. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, the 200-day is too, in my opinion, a little too close for the Zixi right now. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but there it is at 714 for the 200-day for Zixi. All right, so as I say many times, the LLNW was on the watch list as a potential continuation long play. Now, it has taken it as a short because it is below yesterday's close or yesterday's low. So that's why it has taken it as a short. But my bias would have been long. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to exit that trade. That's in the simulator. All right, USA Compression Partners. Look at this, USAC. Nice volume. On the move here. Sierra Wireless, SWIR. Yeah, looking left here, looks like the weekly chart looks a lot better, 980 or so, until you start getting into resistance. The daily looking left, you have a high right there around 770-ish, so it's a little bit close. All right, guys, you know what? The SPY is just kind of resting here. Look at this. Look at that SPY chart right there. Just kind of resting. Okay, so SFM, there's the 200-day up here, 21.79. Maybe a little bit, maybe it's about $1 away. So again, now I start to use this as a watch list, okay? There are the triggers. I'm going to watch these all day long now. And see what happens from the original alert. You know, SFM not moving yet. OSUR, I mean, it's trying to come back. As I said, if it takes out that 1325 again, you know, it might have been just a little bit early. It's through the, that's the weekly, 200 weekly. FLXM, not a lot of volume on it, but it kind of interesting. Has some room to the 9 level, I guess. FLXN. So that's what Real is talking about. SLB, there's the VWAP. So what are you looking for? A bounce off it or a break right through and as a short? You can't see my screen. Okay, you might have to do a refresh. If you can find the, right beside the gear in the trading room, there's a refresh. Try that. Also, what browser are you using? I'm talking about Web Designer. Make sure your browser is up to date. Yeah, I guess I should have kept in that LLNW short. Yeah, it looks like we're in fade mode right now, guys. I'm going to get out of this one. This is what I would be doing if I were, you know, my real account. This is simulator now. We're in a little bit of a fade mode right now with that red bar. So I think things are, you know, there's the L. Did you were you able to get a hold of Sebastian yesterday, Pam? It wasn't an email. I thought it was a live chat that he asked. Start a live chat. Didn't the direction say when you went to the website, then there was a live chat? Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, but that should have been more of a live chat discussion. Let me just contact him again. Well, so as it turns out, that would have been an excellent short in the LLNW as the market is fading. All right, the CUTR. Let's see if it can fade closer to the financing price of 1050. It's kind of getting there. Underneath 11 now. Okay, just waiting on this CUTR to see how well it holds underneath 11. Okay, so he says you didn't get anything. He's usually incredibly good, Pam, at responding. He said he received nothing. There it is, support at protradingroom.com. Okay, try again. Because he says he'll reach out to you personally. So if you fill this out, he says he'll reach out to you personally. So he's usually incredibly good at responding. Okay, let's take a look at WFC, Wells Fargo. I'm just waiting on this cutter. If his cutter gets into the 80s, I'm probably going to take this short in my account. There was the alert at 1086. Of course, it's an alert from the AI earlier. Oh, Casper Sleep, CSPR. There, a little gap down now for Casper Sleep. This was a disastrous IPO right here. Yeah, market is in definitely fade mode now, guys. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff that were flying. BMRA. I'm just really waiting on CUTR to see if it can get into the 1080s. All right, Fred, I'll take a look at AGEN. Here's the 200-day moving average is around 3, so it's a little bit close. And you're right, it's a big float. No, I'm telling. I'll take. There's the alert for me at 1086. If it gets that down there, I'll probably take the trade. Okay, 1086. Maybe earlier. It's up to you though. Okay, don't wait for me to tell you. I'm just watching this. Okay, I'm in the trade, but remember they did a financing at 1050, so I don't know what it'll do. I mean, the financing is at 1050, so it is starting to. I'm just seeing if it can fade close to that. So I'm in the trade. Actually 1088 on the short for CUTR. And it gets even a sniff of 11, I'm out. Yeah, I was surprised. Well, I did get the fill. I know they actually filled me fairly quickly, even though it was down over 10%. I sat there and they filled me. I must have been ahead of you, Alex. But listen, the jury's still out on it. It's not. I if this doesn't move down pretty quickly, I'm just going to get out. Okay, so the spread. Got to have that ask catch up to the or the bid catch up to the ask. I'm sorry, the ask catch up to the bid. Just waiting to see on that cutter to see how close it can get to that 1050. And again, why am I saying 1050? Because they did the financing at 1050. Again, if you're in this one, just keep an eye, as if it can approach 1050, and keep an eye on the SPY. Oh, this is kind of trading on its own. I mean, there we go. Okay. All right, guys. I have covered some at 1061. 1061. Covered some at 1061 for the cutter. So a nice little percentage move. All right, it's getting close to 10:26. I think since I've already taken that trade, I'm going to, first of all, a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the trading room this morning. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Now let's put it right at 10:50. See if it actually gets right down to the financing price. So this is the format every day, not every day, Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. I also have a YouTube feed going at the same time. Basically, it's exactly the same. You see my screen and you can listen to me. There's just not as much interaction among traders in the YouTube room. But if all you care about is just listening to me and watching my screen, then YouTube feed is fine. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans, all right? A lot of scans, and I've also made an adjustment to the Spider sector list. So it should have the full list that you see here. I've added a few since before. So if you want the full list, including things like jets, I believe that now when you click on that link, those will all load. But here are all the scans that I am sharing, okay? And also, if you want to access those scans, if you click on within the trading room, the room drive icon looks like a half open folder. Just click on that. All right, guys, obviously, as I'm watching all out of the cutter, so it see what it did? I mean, it bounced right off that financing price. So you got to pay real attention. Just let me get out of that in the simulator. Scans that I share, if you click on the download link, it'll go to a Word document and you can look at them, all those scans at your leisure. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can download those also and they'll go to a Word document. Some of the links, the test drive link, I'm going to show you that. Our webinars and our training, all those are free. Let me talk about the links right now. So I want to talk about the test drive link right off the bat. The test drive, you click on that link right now. You'll be brought to the sign up form. So the test drive starts May 11th to May 22nd. Now actually you'll have access to the program on the 9th, okay, after the market closes. That'll be Friday. So you'll actually have access to the program for that weekend. So it's basically 2 weekends and 10 trading days. Now, when if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering, okay? So please do not ask our poor support people, how come I don't have any data? Okay, it doesn't start, the live data will not start till May 11th. So you are pre-registering. And as it says, it's for $8.99. And that'll give you access to our full premium service. Also open to those of you who have our standard service. If you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can also do so, okay? So again, what you're doing, if you click on that link, you're basically pre-registering, okay? Talk about some of the other ones. So I'm going to talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus in more detail, but first just talk about the training. Monday to Thursday, noon to 1 o'clock on our YouTube channel. So basically what happens in our YouTube channel is that I am the moderator from 9 o'clock to about noon. One of the other traders / trainers takes over from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You should have the latest beta. Okay, the download link. You'll know you don't if you have our single stock window open and you don't have the similar tab. And also if you don't have a buy and sell button in the chart. Okay, so when you click on that download link, scroll down until you see the beta. Let's see, I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and I've already gone over the test drive, May 2020. If you click on the subscriptions tab, at the bottom, you'll see there are 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. And then this top one is a interesting take on earnings season. These are all trade ideas. It's no third party, all free. I do have a Twitter account, stocks only, nothing else, at bbruin44. I've already talked about the test drive. If you do want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, you can use this promo code, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 4, of course. Instant 15%, 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on that link, and I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So the premium yearly plan is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is our AI, and also if you did want to auto trade anything, you would need our premium service. Now, of course, you don't have to start off with the big plan. You can always try us out for a month. Standard monthly is $118 a month, less the 15% for the first month only. Or the premium, $228, less the 15% for the first month only. If within 30 days you decide you'd like to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual plan, we will honor the 15% promo code. Okay, I am going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus in more length. Okay. Well, DD, okay. If you have a PC, it's way better if you can download the program, okay? I mean, there are some major differences. The big difference is Brokerage Plus. You know, if you care about having this Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over, not available in the web-based version. Linking is not available, so if depending on what brokerage platform you have, in our download version, you can establish what we call external linking, meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform, so you don't have to keep typing in the symbol all day long. So those are two big differences between the web-based version. Also, and our download. Also, if you have multiple monitors, you know, I can take a window, a scan, and I can place it on another monitor very easily. You can't do that in the web-based version. So bottom line is this: if you can download the program, it's way better. Now, if you're on a Mac, you can still use it. You can, if you don't mind using an emulator, then you can use the download version on your Mac if you're willing to use an emulator like Parallels. We have a lot of people within Trade Ideas who have Macs, and that's what they do. Okay. I don't know if they'll be limited. I mean, we had 2,000. We had a record turnout last C6. So I'm asking Quadi asked, will the test drive seats be limited? We had a record last time. We do this 4 times a year. The last one was in November. We had over 2,000 people. I don't think we have I mean, we just have to make sure our server can handle it. That's really all there is to it, and they know. I expect we're going to have a record. We might break 2,000 again this time, just because there are a lot of people who are, unfortunately sitting at home and wanting to try us out. I don't mean unfortunately, but you know what I'm saying. So we love the fact that people are trying us. So we've never put a limit on it. If we get 10,000 people signing up, there may be a problem, but that's a problem that we'd love to have. Okay, so let me now talk a little bit about the AI. So look what it got down to, 1059. Remember what I was saying? I mean, let's see what it does around 1050. So it bounced off the financing price. Wow, look at Craig. This was an active one yesterday also. CREG, but coming right into that 200-day moving average. Let me talk about the AI right now, okay? Basically, this is what the AI is all about. So the AI waits for the market to close, so that it has access to the latest market data. So obviously wait till the close today. And then what happens is it takes a look at all 50, what we call baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, takes a look at the filters that are in place. The baseline strategies have way more filters in place. It starts maybe adjusting some of the filter values. You see I've got in this filter, in this strategy, I've got price range between 10 and 60. Maybe makes a change, 15 and 60. What happens? Then runs the back tester. What happens to the profit factor and win percentage? Maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Even to do one, it is a painstaking operation. Obviously, to do 50, all 50, requires a computer. And once the optimization routine is completed, on Monday, you will then be presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically meaning a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. Now, I say it all the time, I don't really care what strategies make the cut. All I care about are what are the alerts that I get from those strategies. Okay, and that's why I have my window open. If you don't, if you're new to, if you do have our premium service, this is what I recommend you do. Instead of opening it from the channel bar, you can do it. The Omni AI will give you all of the alerts from all 3 segments. What I would do is this. I would click on New, and I would load AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, not the strategy window, but the strategy trades window. When you do that, if you only see strategy trades Grail, a couple of reasons. You could right click and go to segments and click all, okay? The other reason is that you should have the latest beta, because now with the latest beta, it defaults to having them all open instead of just Grail open. And then the other thing is you can incorporate this as part of your layout, because you don't have to load it every day. You just load trade ideas in the morning and it's part of your layout. And then basically you just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, they're real-time alerts, and then you'll have a stop price. And you just manage the trades. I don't recommend auto trading. You know, I mean, if you want to, depending how many trades you get during the day, I mean, everybody wants to auto trade. Now, what if you had 40 trades? You know, it depends on your account size. Now, 40 would be excessive, I get it. But what I would be doing is if you're bound and determined to auto trade, then maybe auto trade the entries, but manage the exits. We already went over one yesterday, you know, in which I think it was cut. I think it was, what was the one that, help me guys, what was the one that yesterday that went up to 32 and then came back down to 28 and the AI did not get out? It's the one that Gilead is looking at. Thank you. I knew it. Ruckus, yes. Is that that's not the symbol though, is it? No, that's not the symbol. Ruckus, it is Ruckus though. RCUS, yeah. Or I call it, I know it's Arcus, but anyway, but remember what happened yesterday is that stock, I think the alert was around 24 or 28 or something, and it popped up to 32 and came right back down. Actually, the alert was at 24 something, got halted, moved up, and the AI did not get out of it. Where as a human being, you would have to take some off. Anyway, that's the way I would be using it. You know, you manage the exits. Watch how it's trading. Same thing as I do on this watch list. Now let me talk about the Brokerage Plus, and I'm going to get into how you can, you know, auto trade and stuff like that. But everything I'm going to describe right now with Brokerage Plus is part of our standard service. Until I tell you need premium, it's all part of our standard service. So the first thing is Brokerage Plus. You click on New from the toolbar. Brokerage Plus, and again, this is only available in our desktop version, not on the Mac. Okay, not on our website. So load Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. 2 ways to use it. I demonstrate the simulation in action, paper trading in action all day long. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account. Not available yet for E-Trade or Alpaca. Okay, hopefully coming relatively soon. Please don't ask me when. But if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can start trading your account if you want to using Brokerage Plus. But what I do is I demonstrate the simulator in action all day long. So once you have Brokerage Plus loaded, these are a lot of columns that we have that you have access to. If you right click on one of the columns, you'll see all the columns that we have. Okay, these are the ones that I use that you see, but of course you're welcome to use any one of these columns that you see. These tabs that are here, you can access these tabs from within Brokerage Plus. Click on New. Here are all the tabs. Now, in the simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, in the most manual way to use it, you click on an alert. The symbol will show right in here. And now if you don't see this, the big buy and sell buttons, it's because, you know, this is that. Hopefully you can see the gear icon, and you just have to make sure you check show order entry or show the order buttons, okay? Okay, I see it just took Codex here. I'm going to show you how that worked, okay? You would need our premium service in order to auto trade, but let me just keep going on what you need or what it will do for you just with our standard subscription. So again, you click on an alert, it'll show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to go in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Doesn't work with IB Lite, no. Flatten gets you out of a position, half your position gets you out of half your position, double your position, or reverse. Reverse meaning you went long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. Now that's in the most simplest way to use it. Now what I would recommend, especially if you're going to, you know, use it in simulation mode, is you can set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you look at Codex, you look at Codex and you want to trade it now. You go back, because you look at the chart and say, yeah, it's a good looking chart, I want to trade it. So you go back to Codex, right click, hover over trade, and this box will pop up. I believe we have some defaults that we built for you, but you can set up your own buying and shorting options. One-click trading, meaning you pick how you want to trade it, you click on it, and it'll trade it automatically, as per your trading rules. Let me show you how you can do all that. Again, this is all part of the standard service. So you have to have the strategies tab open and just click on it, and then notice here are my strategies right there, long and short. So you right click, new trading strategies, you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? These tabs have a lot of information you can fill in. I'm going to show you what I do for my chart trading strategy, okay? Look at Codex, guys. I'm going to show you what I do for my chart trading strategy. So the first thing, I have created this strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk, okay? I'll show you what I've done. Edit the trading strategy, so I'm going to show you what I use. Now, I don't have an entry time. If I showed you my watch list up, you would see the slider would be at 9:45. I have a delay of 15 minutes, like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that they settle down completely. I used to have it at 10. I dropped it to 9:45. Depending how whippy things get, I might move it back to 10. Order details and risk management work hand in hand. I would encourage you to start thinking about using the stop loss based on a stop loss and a risk value. What the risk value of 100 means, that means in every trade in the simulator, I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. So if the trade goes against me, I'm going to try to not lose more than $100. Okay, you should get into the mindset that not every trade is going to work for you. So if it doesn't work for you, you have to have an out. Now that amount will of course have some correlation to your trading account. So I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So that has to have a correlation to your account. Risk management. This is a drop down. I'm using a filter. Maybe next week. This VWAP stop. It's a custom filter that I'm using. I'm hoping that maybe by next week you'll have access to it. But you can always try our Smart Stop, generated by our system. Smart Stop in dollars. In this particular strategy, I have a target of 50 cents above the entry, okay? I only put this here because people ask me, can you put targets? I don't put targets, but you know, if you want, this is how you would do it. The target in dollars, say 50 cents above. That's what that offset 50 cents means. Let me show you then how you can use the buy button right on the chart to do a trade. First thing you have to do is you have to designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to chart trade. So that's what I've done. I've named this strategy Chart Long $100 Risk, and I've checked Default Chart Long Strategy. And so if I use the buy button on the chart, then it's going to follow these rules, these trading rules that I established. So let's see how that works. Go back to my positions tab. Keep an eye on these. So that Codex obviously worked out very well. Are you talking to me, Trade 5? I think you're talking to Goods, right? You're talking to Goods, right? You're not talking to me. Oh, to both. Well, understand that I demonstrate the simulator all day long. When I'm making a trade, you know, one of the things I'm not going to connect here my Interactive Brokers account and have them both checked, going back and forth. You know, based on what I'm doing, I don't want to make a mistake. So, and I don't trade that much. You'll notice I don't really trade that much, so it's not that hard for me to go to what I'll call just the normal way of trading within IB, and that's how I trade. If I weren't, I would be using Brokerage Plus if I were just managing my own account and not moderating a trading room and being distracted all day long. Okay, it makes sense? No. Brokerage Plus does not connect to IB Lite. But that's what Goods was saying, though. He used IB Lite for a while, hated it. IB Pro so much better. That's his opinion, of course. Okay, so where was I? I was going to demonstrate how to use the buy button on the chart. So let's take a look at one. So let's say I want to buy Craig. So you can do a couple of things here. You can set up a conditional buy by putting, say, the price above. Let's just say you said, well, I want to wait for a $3 break. So you could set up a conditional buy above or a conditional buy below. You might say, you know what, I want to take it. Maybe if it gets to the VWAP, or let's say the VWAP was under here, or the bottom of that candle, on a pullback. So you could set it up as a conditional buy. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to take the trade just to show you how it works. So if I click on buy and I drop it right to where it is, so you can see it took the trade. Craig took only 167 shares. Why? Because there's the entry and there's my stop way down here based on that VWAP stop. So if I take the number of shares that it bought automatically, I take the entry minus the stop price, multiply by 167, I'm going to get close to $100. Notice it says if I allow it to stop out automatically, right at that 236, I'll lose $96. Say it's close to 100. There is, if I allowed it to take me out 50 cents above, I'd make $87. Now, this is the key. You can right now start to move your stop up and down. So for instance, you say, well, that's too wide a stop right now. I'm going to move it up to, maybe almost right below the lows of those candles. So you can move your stop right on the chart. And if the trade started working for you, you can also start moving this target up. All right, it's very, very, very easy to do right on the chart. So you can use this kind of like a trailing stop. So instead of using some kind of artificial, 1% or 0.5% below, or 20 cents below, you can really start managing the trade right on the chart. I think what Goods is also saying is, guys, you get what you pay for. All these commission-free brokers, started a couple of months ago, but I'm seeing more and more posts saying, service isn't great, not getting the fills they want, slow, just things like that. So you get what you pay for. And IB, I still think IB is at 0.5 cent a share is not that big a deal. All right, now look at that Codex trade. So that's a pretty darn good trade so far. I did not take it in my real account. This is in the simulator. So here is where you need our premium service. Everything I've said up to this point is you can use our standard subscription. If you wanted to auto trade an alert window that you create, or if you wanted to auto trade, my two windows, the first thing you'd have to do, of course, is go to the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my windows, load them. Remember, this is a layout, so make sure if you do it right now, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Then you could right click and save to the cloud, these two windows. And if you've done that, then you right click and load from the cloud. You just load the windows from the cloud, then they'll show up here. Then you still have to create your trading strategy. You have to create the trading strategy on how you want to trade it. Then what you do is you turn the strategies on. And you have to do it every day. We want to make sure that you know that you're auto trading anything. So before the market opens, I basically turn the strategies on. I've turned it off, just a toggle on and off. Okay? So that's how you would auto trade. If you wanted to auto trade, really, the sound is out? Let me make sure. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, so it's got to be on your end, guys. Maybe you have to do a refresh. Now, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need the premium service, but you also would have to buy Brokerage Plus one time. No, man, I see this one. I missed this one. Perfect. I love these ones, the ones under $20 from Brokerage Plus, from the AI, but I missed it. But if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time $1,100 minus whatever promo we've got going on right now, so 15%. It's a one-time licensing fee. What that means is if you decide you don't want to trade for a while and unsubscribe from Trade Ideas, and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. So to sum up, if you don't care about auto trading at all, then all you need is our standard service. If you want to auto trade your own alert windows, then you need our premium service. If you want to auto trade the AI, you need the premium service and you have to buy Brokerage Plus. So hopefully that is clear. And as always, this room is like this, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3, and you can ask me questions all day long. Yes, I do trade, so I mean, if I'm, really, really busy and I can't answer your question right away, don't worry, we'll get to it. And again, if you're using this as a simulator, you should be tracking it as the day, just don't let it run. Like, don't treat it like it's a game, a video game, treat it like it's your real money. For instance, why I like to have this max P&L column, I like to see, okay, the max, if I got out right at the the last penny, what would I have been up? So $159. So I just flattened out of this trade, basically cut it in half. That's not great. Probably should manage that trade a lot better. You get that big topping tail up there. Start taking some out. Just give me a second here. I lose my Bluetooth connection twice a day on my headset. I don't know why. Easy enough to connect again, but yeah, I mean, I can't speak for every broker out there, but I mean, Interactive Brokers typically has a lot of shares to short, even stocks under 5. Okay, so I cannot, I'm not saying every single, for instance, it doesn't have, well, it does have. I mean, just looking at INSE as an example. So I've had Interactive Brokers now for about 3.5 years. I've had zero problems with them. I can't, honestly, I cannot remember the last time I had a glitch in which, in fact, I have to admit, in the first year I had Interactive Brokers, and you guys are going to know what I'm talking about, the gentleman would come on and say, connection lost, just briefly. And that might happen maybe 3 or 4 times a day. I haven't heard him for a long, long time. Maybe every, once in a blue moon. And the connection loss doesn't mean you have to restart the program. But I've never been booted out completely. Not in 3.5 years. Yeah, that's why we're here, Roman. Okay? I mean, I'll do the best I can to help you. But the nice thing about the room, we've got a lot of really fantastic people in the room. That's all I can say. A lot of people are just willing to help. You put something in off topic. If I can't help you, what I'll do is I'll say, Roman's got a question. Maybe somebody can help him. If they have the time. I mean, people are trading here. Okay, so now 11 o'clock. Things are settling down a little bit here. So one of the reasons, there's that 1050. So yeah, this was the short for Cutter that I took early. It worked out okay. I mean, nice percentage move. I'm always intrigued by a stock that has a financing and is quite a bit above the financing price. The financing price was 1050. So that's kind of why I thought at that 1050 it might bounce off it, because investors had shrugged it off immediately. Like a lot of time, most of the time when a stock does a financing, the stock falls below the financing price because existing shareholders are being diluted And they don't like that. I mean, if you're a shareholder, all of a sudden your share position is being diluted. So a lot of times can be a pretty decent sell-off below the financing price. Now, when you look at why they raise money, and so people might say, well, okay, they've raised for the right reasons. If it's because they've run out of money, that's not good, obviously. But so there's no hard and fast rule, but typically, wow, look at this sugary. I know it's surgery. Well, that's my big miss out of the AI today. 855. I love the ones under 20. But unfortunately, I just wasn't paying enough attention. You guys costing me money again. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I see. Road Dog is saying that. Yeah, I mean, there are legitimate traders in this room, of course. This is not a pump and dump room at all. Look at NLS trying to regain here. Okay, guys, let me see. So the Codex. Yeah, okay. Now there's a pullback, so it is still in play. Now looking left on that daily chart, still has some room. Again, when I say that, I know I repeat myself all the time, but we do have new traders, people new to trading. When I say it has room, I don't mean it's going to get there. I have no idea if it'll get there. I'm just saying that when you look at a chart, you should always, in the longer time frames, look left and see where the next high is. So on the daily chart, the next high on that daily chart is 16 something or other, 1619 or so. So, the stock's at 1470. A lot of times, so at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance, up to that point. I'm not saying it's going to, keep rolling on to that point, but imagine if, I don't know, all this right there, we're right above that. That could be a lot of chart resistance. All we try to do when we look at charts is to take one element of why a stock may not keep going up out of play. And chart resistance can be, a big element. Another big one is, where is the 200-day moving average? If the 200-day moving average is right above, like a lot of stocks will just stall right there. Okay, so Fred, you're asking a question about opening an IB account. You'd have to check with IB. I mean, IB is available in many, many countries around the world. You'll have to check, if you go to the IB website, just check to see whether or not they're available in Haiti. I really don't know. Okay, but it'll be somewhere on their website. Okay? Okay, maybe some oil guys will take a look at that, Roman. I don't. I'm basically a real intraday type trader. I don't pay that much attention to the long term. Okay, I mean, obviously I know what's going on, but I'm much more of an intraday trader. So maybe somebody else would help you on the oil futures. How is IB's customer service? Well, I'm sure if you went online, you probably see that IB's customer service is not great. But the thing is, this is the thing. I have had it for 3.5 years. I think in the first week I had to contact them, and that's been it. So I've really had no issue with them because I haven't had to. The program has been so stable. But I have no idea what sort of wait times you've got. All right, guys, you see that SFM is right back up again. SFM 2042. So there's the original alert price. It dropped, but it's right back up again. So this might be interesting to keep an eye on. Again, this is a watch list for the day, not just for the auto trading on the entries. So I see it took a short on the RDHL. Now, if you know solid trading, I get a little bit wary of, getting close to the whole number. You know what, Fred? I just did a little search on Interactive Brokers, and I noticed Haiti is showing up. Okay, I just did a little search, and I see that. I mean, look at all the countries. Somebody asked in the YouTube room, could I use it in Haiti? I mean, look at all the countries that IB is available. My goodness, wow! I didn't realize it was that extensive. To be honest with you. Okay. So if you're wondering why IB is so popular, that's one of the reasons. And we have customers all over the world, and when we decided what brokerage platform should we use for Brokerage Plus to start off with, I mean, we did a survey of our customers, and that overwhelmingly was the number one platform that our customers were using. So that's why we picked IB. Yeah, you can trade very many different, like the minis. Yeah, a lot of, yeah, exactly. Futures Forex. Yeah, I mean, you probably shouldn't be trading if you don't have $2,000, of course, or that's another. Wow. 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 Okay, one moment, please. Hear a little little action in the background. Just a second. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes, okay? I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:10. So be. All right, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so the spy now is just kind of resting here. Just kind of resting now, trying to figure out direction. What I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert right up here, and I'm going to put one down here. Sort of bracket these two and see if it can take that out later on. If it does, we're going to have another robust move. You know, C6, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I've got time in sales. I know that. I mean, you know, again, 3.5 years ago, I really have no idea. I haven't looked in 3.5 years. You know, so I've got time. I've got my time in sales there, but whatever it is, it's not. It's to me, it's dirt cheap. So. Shoot. Man, I wanted to take this one, this SFM. Well, let's see if it keeps running here. SFM. Yeah, I have found those ones. I mean, they had a fantastic day. Yeah, see, look how, you know, up in the pre-market. Market opens down. Now it's up. I just find them very choppy to trade right now. These you know, these REITs. Let's see what mid is doing. There's another one that's in that. You know, I mean, they're just pretty choppy to trade. You know, the nice day was this day here when they really got ripping, even though it did pull back. But over the course of the day, it really ripped higher. And then, you know, near the end of the day, it pulled back. And a lot of them did that. What I'm finding now, though, is they're just too choppy, way too choppy intraday. That's my opinion, of course, on those. You might find one that somebody asked about NRZ earlier. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just chopping. You know, for me, it's just difficult to trade. No, I don't use hotkeys to trade. I don't trade that much. So, and you know, getting in at the actual penny is not that important to me. Okay, these are hotkeys you can use no, when you see the box pop up, that's just because, you know, I've started to type maybe a symbol, or when I do this, well, the box won't pop up. But if I type a symbol in a chart, this box pops up. If that's what you're talking about. But these are hotkeys that you can use within a Brokerage Plus. Flatten out of your position, get out of half, double your position, or Reverse, long to short, short to long. Yeah, if you left click on the chart so that it knows, you know, the chart you're in, and then the minute you start typing, a box should pop up. Now, if it doesn't for some reason, some people have to hit the space bar, okay, on on the system, and then the box will pop up. But most of the time, yeah, you just start to type and the box will pop up. Then you can click change or hit enter or return on your keyboard. So you can see there are a couple of very good ones from the AI today. And this is the one I really wanted to take, was the sugary surgery, SGRI. And this short was early, the RDHL. And even the cutter worked. So some decent alerts from the AI today. Only 5 of them total. So in the simulator, now this RDHL, probably, no, maybe not. I'm trying to think of what bias I had on this one to make the watch list. It might have been it might have been on the short side, based on that candle yesterday. Yeah, now it's under. Well, this looks like it's really going to take another big move down. Now it's underneath that whole number. So if you look left on that daily chart, 578 could be where it might stall. All right. All right, just watching the SPY here again, just still kind of flattening out. What are we up here? 300. So we've had about a 300 point swing, I think. I think we're up about 600 maybe before. I can't really remember, but all right, guys, I'm just kind of Codex is still strong. CODX is still strong. Well, Roman, you don't sound like a newbie. If you're trading if you're trading the CL, it doesn't sound like you're a newbie, unless you're a newbie just to stocks. Yeah, let's see what happens at that 1050 mark. I'll put an alert down here for Cutter, CUTR. All right, a little bit of volume coming into BKEP. All the volume of the day is right here in that candle. Only 161,000 shares, but all the volume is coming in right here. So something is causing this one to a little bit of a pop. And it's not a super low float, not excessive. 39 million, but something is really causing this one to go, guys. BKEP, real cheap one. $200-day moving average is right there. Let's see, again, new trader, keep an eye on where that 200-day moving average is. It's at 113. No, just in general, many times, what you're going to see is that a stock will stall right there. This is sort of, people ask me, what indicators do I use? I don't use very many indicators, but this one is, I would say, universally used, even for people like myself who do not use a lot of indicators. But certainly this one is one that most people will track. 113, you can just see right there, lots and lots of resistance right there. Morning, Thomas. I don't see any news on it, but again, you got to be very careful in this. I mean, if it pops through this area here, even here though, you got a little bit of, it's not a beautiful looking weekly chart. You've got all these little pockets of resistance that it can maybe struggle to get through. But the big one right now is the 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average, DMSC, right? The 200-day moving average. You see that? See that green line on my daily chart? That's the 200-day moving average. And you'll see many times the stock will pop, get right close to it and then fall off it. But something, obviously something put a charge into this. It wasn't trading at all. And on that candle right there, 228 of the 251,000 on that 5-minute right there. That's what the Momo Up is all about. It looks at extraordinary volume in either 1-minute or 5-minute bursts. What do I think about Works? I think that, I think people may still not believe them. They put out just such a misleading press release that caused the stock to go up to, $15 odd. And they tried to clarify it. They did clarify it after hours yesterday, but the damage was done. Credibility was shot, I think. Well, when you say you have lost a lot on it, did you have a stop? It sounds like you didn't have a stop on it. You were just hoping that when you got in, that even though it was going down. Yeah, there's no, okay, so again, I don't teach trading, but when you say not yet, when you get into a trade, the only thing I'm ever going to say is please have a stop in place, a get out. When a trade goes against you, check your ego at the door. You were wrong on I'm not just talking about you, I'm talking just in general. New traders, You notice what I'm saying in these strategies here that I've created in the edit trading strategy. See what I've got here? Risk value $100. So in this simulator, what I'm saying is that if the trade goes against me, I only want to risk $100. I only want to lose $100 if the trade goes against me. If it goes against me, I get out. I don't start second guessing and saying, wow, the news was so good, so it's going down now, but it's got to come back. Okay? So if I can just, impress upon, especially new traders, you're going to be wrong. Maybe even more times. I'm not wrong. Believe me, I'm not right every time. But one thing you'll notice, rarely, you'll never see me taking big. Well, you don't know what I'm trading. I understand that. But, if I have a stop in place, I obey it. I don't start to second guess it. I know it's hard. You think, well, I listened to the conference call. They seem to clarify the position. Yes, did it move up after hours? On that, on the clarification. Yes, but you know what? A lot of credibility was lost already, and it's such a low float also. Okay, guys. So the SPY is taking out that lower area here. So watch out for your longs. Well, I think what they did was when they said that they had revenues coming in at whatever 45 million a month or whatever it was, 35 million a month for 2 years, it just wasn't true. Now maybe it was in theory because then they'd have to take some of those revenues and pay off the supplier. So I guess in theory it might have been correct, but it just did not look like when they clarified it. Basically, they're a middleman. So they're buying the product at 14 and reselling it at 19. Still good money. I mean, it seemed to be 234 million, but I just think that people may not believe them. Pretty hard to regain the trust. I remember you saying that, Grumpy. You were good for about one a week. Not bad. And I tease you, of course. Yeah, we don't do this in the room, web designer, okay? In terms of good stock to go long on. I mean, you might get some opinions, okay, but you're not going to hear from me. You should go long on this stock as an example, okay? I'm just pointing on this one, but just in general. Oh, no, 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 no. We're following the same rules in Canada as you guys are in the States and most of the world. We're not fully open. No, not at all. Not even close. It appears to be under control. We haven't had the medical situation. It's not cold now. Yeah, new high. Yeah, blasted. I wish I were in that one. Yeah, I've had no problems about buying groceries. Not in BC anyway. No issues whatsoever. Fully stocked. Some items maybe pasta and stuff like that, but fully stocked, almost like nothing has happened. But I mean, we're under the stay at home and all that for sure. Yeah, Julian, 32. That's a tough one. I'm not sure how. I mean, good strategy to follow. I mean, that's that. I don't really know how to. I mean, love to say just follow my watch list all day long, but I mean, again, even that, it's not a matter of okay, you get an alert, you buy it or short it. But I mean, maybe what I try to do with the watch list is get people just to be able to concentrate on a few stocks a day rather than running around clicking on, hundreds and hundreds of different stocks all day long. Just, create something that you can focus on. Remember what I said about the SFM as an example. There was the alert at 10:09. It dropped from the 2042, and I said, okay, let's see if it comes back. Got back to the 2042, got all the way back up to 2075. Would have been a nice little trade. So that's why, as a watch list, the Codex 1379 got up to 1502. So I mean, there are very few on the watch list that triggered. But that might be a solution, but hard for me to answer that sort of a question. Somebody asked a question, can it look at the personal screen and go over how that happened? Oh, I have no idea. That's your broker, right? Oh, and the paper trader. You must have. Okay, you can close at a trade after hours, okay, in the simulator, but you have to go in at limit, or you can't go in at market. You have to pick a price, okay? It will not take you out at market. You cannot trade. You can use Brokerage Plus to trade in the pre-market and post-market, but you have to have limit orders. It's not going to execute a market order. The main reason is that the spreads can be very, very horrible, okay, in the pre and post market once the so-called market closes. So we force you to go in at a limit, like a specific price. So you could have got out. No idea. I cannot. I have no idea how that happened. I mean, it's very possible. Maybe you didn't realize it, but you were placing order after order after order. I mean, I don't know how that could have happened. You could check your orders and see what happened. If you click on orders, you can check to see exactly what happened. EFOI? Ah, yeah. Did it do a reverse split? Doesn't look like it did. No, if it did a reverse split, it'd be over a dollar. Okay, guys, this could be an interesting one. The Sigma Labs SGLB. You can see where it is. There's a high looking left at 249, another one at 250. If it can crack this, it has a shot maybe to the 3 level. All right. It's not, well, actually, it's not a low float either. It's $500 million in the float. So, but some volume is coming into SGLB. Yeah, a little move for, well, let's see what MJ is doing. I just is real tough time with this sector. MJ starting to move up a little bit, but see, I have no idea what you mean by that. Non-medical, I mean, cannabis is legal in Canada now. So what are you talking about? Something else? Yeah, it really has to take this out, right around here. So I'll stick an alert around 254 for SGLB and see if it takes it out later. So a lot in the float though for a $2 stock. That's a lot of shares in that float. Oops. This is another one that had a big press release, PR, I think, in the pre-market. Got as high as 881. I think it even got higher in the. Let me just back this out a bit. Yeah, I mean this got. Yeah, it got as high as 890, about 890 yesterday. Pulled all the way, pulled back to. I mean that's a big percentage move back. Starting to move again. Did have news yesterday. THMO. So Cutter looks like it's just kind of stuck between that 11 and, I mean, it's a big range, 11 and 1050. Trying to figure out the direction it wants to go. All right, guys, give me, let's see, 1140. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I am now back. Just move it on the chart, JSTO. Okay, so I mean, if I have an order in place, you'll have your, as long as you have a stop in, just move the red line on the chart wherever you want it to, or so in other words, maybe you want to reduce. Like I'm not sure I know what you mean. Then how do you stop a stop order before it happens? Or do you mean if you've got some, okay, if you've got an order in place that you don't want, you can always cancel it too. You know, cancel. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. I think I now understand what you're really driving at. Been a little choppy, some little pullbacks here, but SFM from the original alert, not bad, 2042, 2073. It still has the well, that's the 200 week. I mean, it still has some room on that monthly chart. So never cracked it. SGLB never cracked that area that I was looking to get in. You probably never, rarely will you see me take a trade ahead of where I think it should be. I know that doesn't make sense maybe, but you know, I won't try to say, it'll probably take it out. You notice I've got that price alert right there. It just didn't happen, so just move on. I mean, Real will say that all the time. I mean, we're completely different traders, but he says, you know, he'll never take a trade until it hits the area that he wants. DNGR stirring here. Hit a high of 325 or so, 324 or so in the as the market opened. I mean, it really depends on how wide the spread was at the time. You know, I'm looking at that spread. I mean, it's widening to 10 cents every now and then. So possible right when you took it, when you sold it. But that's, you know what? I mean, that is what I consider the fact that this is, you know, very, very close to real world using our simulator. You know, just because, let's take a look at a couple of these. See if there's anything startling. Not. What I'm trying to say is that just because we get an alert at 2042 doesn't mean the system will actually take the trade at 2042. Whatever is actually happening. So for instance, this one, I mean, it's close. 2042, the alert was at 2040, it got it in at 2043 as an example. But if a stock is moving fairly quickly, you know, just like in the real world, you may not be able, even though it's sort of executing, you know, as fast as it can. Sometimes, I mean, it won't be able to execute right at the price, but that's where the limit offset comes into play. You know, how far off that price are you willing to go? Shoot, DNGR took that move. DNJR, sorry. So again, I'm going to keep an eye on this OSUR, but it has to get up to about 12:30 or 12:20 or 12:30, 12:30, I guess, 12:30 for the OSUR before I'll get interested. I think I have an alert set right up here. It's not 12, sorry, 13:30. All right, guys, so in about 3 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and then at noon, I'll be handing over the YouTube feed to Steve. He'll be taking over the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. I'll be taking my break in the room from about 11:55 to 12:30. Wow is wow. Look at wow now. Look at the volume that just came into wow. WOW. All right, so this doesn't look like it's going to break out. Yeah, Clovis, Fred was talking in the YouTube room. And through the 200-day moving average, 769, pretty impressive now. Look at the volume that came into Clovis, CLVS. Really didn't do very much for a long time, but look at the volume that is just coming into CLVS. And almost more importantly, is that 769 200-day moving average. It is broken above it. Let's see that BKEP. See the BKEP still struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. Okay, before I take my break, I just want to put the one link in here about the test drive. You know, a lot of interest about our test drive. Whoops. Second here. Pop it into the YouTube room also. Okay, so again, the test drive, guys. So the test drive starts on officially on May 11th. That's the Monday, but you will have access to the data to our program about a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. You click on that link, the test drive link, and it'll bring you to this page, and you can read all about it. Remember, if you sign up today, you're basically pre-registering. Okay, please do not bother our support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up for the test drive. Why do I not have data?" Or why is it saying my account is expired and all that. You'll get an email probably on the Friday with all the sign up data, but basically, I think with your password and all that, basically you just pay for it right now, $8.99. You're pre-registering. I mean, you don't have to. You can wait, until then. But you're just pre-registering, and for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for basically 2 weekends and 10 trading days. Also open to those of you with our standard service who would like to upgrade, try our premium service out for those 10 trading days. Okay? So again, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing right now. Okay, so I'm just going to put the announcement in here. Okay, so I will be on mute now. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm just going to wait to hand over. Actually, I'll hang on for a bit here. I got a couple of minutes before I hand it over to Steve in the YouTube room. All right, Schlumberger is starting to give it up again. SLB starting to give it up again. Earnings play. Market is really doing nothing. Honestly, it's really doing not that much. That's at 1478 is the VWAP, so slightly below it, but it's been very choppy to try to trade. Okay, so RAM, this is how much it costs. Your what? Can you see my screen? I will put the link in here into the YouTube room. You can click on it and it'll show you with the discount how much things are, okay? Not committing you to trading it or to taking the, sorry, not committing you. You just click on it, you'll see how much things are. So all you have to do is just click on the link, RAM, and then you can do the math, take 15% off all the totals that you see. Okay? All right, Steve, I don't know if you can hear me, but I am going to hand it off to you now. Let me just do the countdown. Where are you? Can you hear me? Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I 2, 1.
Let me mute that and say hello. Hello to everybody. Hello, Sean. Hello, Quant. Looks like my delay is only about, 10 seconds today. That's not too bad. All right, well, I'm here along with the jets of Miramar out the window and the birds of spring to give Barry a break. Much needed break. I don't know how he does it as long as he does it. He's built for it. So we got a decent little crowd. We did the swap over with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 count. That's why we do that, so we can keep this stream alive and spoof the YouTube feed. All right, so we switch it up here a little bit. I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. Barry is a day trader, and Sean is a options trader. So we all have a different approach to this market, and that's one of the reasons we do the noon hour uh, ensemble. You get kind of a different perspective from different traders on our noon hour break on this live stream. So here we are. If anybody has any questions, you know what to do. Let's take a look and see how things are going. Well, right off the bat, first thing I looked at was the Qs because they're the ones leading us high. Let's get the pen, shall we? That's not the pen. That's the pen. All right. Reason I brought up the Qs first was because they are leading the way. Look at this 50 period moving average. We got 4 days, including today, outside a close above. Look at this 10 period getting ready to come back and cross. I mean, we're just a couple weeks away from, if we don't pull back, from these moving averages starting to come back in order again. But this is the leading ETF by far, the NASDAQ ETF Qs. But when we go to the SPY, we see a tremendous amount of resistance. Look at that. We gapped right up into the 10 period moving average, 50 period moving average, that is, he meant to say. And mind you, that's right after we had this little death cross here that a lot of people talked about. So, there's still some conflicting chart data out there as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I know a lot of people have their opinions of what this market should do. I think the NASDAQ is definitely an attention getter. The Qs are keeping the bears on their toes. But today, the sellers might be able to point to this gap up and resistance at the 50 period, declining 50 period in SPY. And that's going to need to be resolved. We'll see if it can be. I kind of think it will be, but I don't know. Only because we could have rolled back over on the dead cat bounce theory a couple days ago, but the market has been fighting like a mother. So as I look at the intradays, when I went to the Qs, it's a mess. You guys know I like to look at the 10 period moving average. A strong market would have caught that gap fill and the price would have trampolined right off that. But we didn't. So now we've got kind of a suspect market here. Chop, backfill, whatever you want to call it. There's no real direction at the moment. And then when I went to the SPY, however, kind of choppy as well. I mean, we did post a close there. Technically, we're under that period right now as well. And then we moved to the daily, and it's under that spell as well. So there's a lot of upside overhead resistance at the moment the market's dealing with going into a 2-day weekend. All right. Hello, Aja. Okay, BLPH getting ready to move, he says. Let's see if we think it's getting ready to move. My eyes are drawn to the relative volume. Pretty suspect today, not doing much. This stock's asleep at the moment, so it's just kicking around playing algo footsie. But I see your point. I like the case that could be made. What do we got here? Therapeutics. Okay. Say no more. Rising 20, rising 10, meeting the price. Kind of fits that bird in the hand almost setup that I look for, which is basically the scan right here. I was going to do something with that in a minute too, because I had a one-on-one yesterday and it showed some interesting back testing. So I thought I'd save that for a lull in the action. So who's ever typing that? Yes, BLPH looks interesting. Here's what I would do. I'll do it myself. I'll just grab that high of yesterday. We'll call it 1301. I'm going to create a price alert at 1301. Keep an eye on that. If that triggers, that might be the beginning of something. And if that triggers, the first thing I'll do is take a look at the relative volume. I'd like to see it much higher than it is there. But not a bad setup, Randall. I would agree with you. It could be getting ready to move there on that daily. That's a really nice look. I like that. And of course, anything goes right now with therapeutics. This is that bird in the hand scan I talked about a minute ago. It's looking for things that are kind of moving sideways, skipping along these curling moving averages, much like that BLPH just did. There's always going to be winners and losers on here. They're not all going to be perfect, but it just gives me, that's interesting. I like that when they pierce down and pop back up. What is this? Hey, that's Virtue Financial. What do you know? I'm long that. Over here on my watch list is my things of interest, mostly ETFs, but things I'm also long or have been long and looking to re-enter, like X, which is giving me a perfect example of the 10-period moving average on the intraday there. I'm not participating. I had a great trade from the base all the way up into the 50 period and was looking for a re-entry, but I might have missed it. Easy Pawn is also another one that I'm in. Entry was pulled back here on the intraday daily chart. I love that entry. Kind of a bird in the hand setup again, but at the moment, it really I would have liked to have seen it bounce off that 15 period. No, it would not be a short in BLPH. Who's asking that, Sammy? It's setting up nicely for a nice curl to possibly push back up higher. But yeah, Virtue was on this. I was scanning through the bird in the hands, which is basically stuff going sideways, and it's on this list here because I'm long this, and it is also the trade of the week. So, if those that are in the trade of the week, that was a good little test and passing of the test, I'll call it. A nice downward thrust, piercing of the rising 10-period moving average on some sideways action. Now that that's out of the way, we could have some clear sailing. Here's what I'm going to do. I got faked out the last time I set that. I'm going to grab that. Now it turns from green to blue. This is my price alert. I'm just resetting it here. I'm going to pop it back above, and I'll just set it and forget it and see if it triggers. All right, so here's what I wanted to do for a lull in the action. If there's no questions, let's see. SLB, a roller coaster going up again. What's SLB? It's Schlumberger, right? That's because it's in the oil sector. The oil sector's had a rough go of it. Now, at the moment, not bad. This is a really nice little kind of a test and passing of the intraday moving average. I like that. What's the relative volumes? Not bad. Schlumberger, not bad. I'll tell you what, if I was a swing trader and I really believed that this was going to be it for Schlumberger, it's not a bad entry down here. This could be the higher low. We've got some we've got some relative volume. This could be a higher low.
LTRPB.
If you're a swing trader, I could see that. All right, here's what I was going to do. I was going to back test this bird in the hand. We did something the other day. Let me see if it's still in there. Yeah, we'll try again here. So the guy he was looking for a day trading strategy, and yeah, let's go time of day. We went to the end of the day, and risk management, we were doing 6% risk for enabling 2% downside. But keep in mind, the market's been crazy. We're only going to backtest about the last 12 days because prior to that, this is assuming that the market's going to stay and doing what it's doing. In other words, holding the bid right now. Prior to 12 to 13 days ago, markets were in free fall and complete volatility. So let's just test this little period that we know that we've had, and if we can keep it going, that's the big overshadowing backdrop of it all. And okay, there's our entry. I want this to be at, let's just show you the example right there. We'll open it up at maybe 5 minutes after the open. We'll stop at around noon. All right, so the idea is to hold this all day to the end of the day. Pacific time is 1 p.m. my time. Let's enable and simulate a buy here. So this will give us our base run. of what would happen in the last 12 trading days if I enabled, manually bought, or auto traded this particular scan here. And again, these are new lows, just basically tapping and dipping into a 10 period moving average. So here's our results. Interesting, a little bit of volatility early on, but trending higher as we speak. Let's get rid of commissions because we don't necessarily always have those anymore. We'll go ahead and call it that. Let's just give ourselves that rudimentary line before slippage or commissions. Now here's where it gets fun. Let's take a look here. Ooh, that was a lot of trades, 565 trades. Win percentage 57 and a profit factor of 1.5. We'd like to get that up above 2, so the profits are outstripping the losses by a factor of 2 to 1. But most importantly, this one, winners 74 cents, average losers 67. That's not going to really cut it. That's not really going to give a lot of separation between the winners and the losers using the correct risk management. So let's see if we can improve on that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use this tool in our backtesting module. And if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber and you have access to the backtester, everybody gets a free sample of like a dozen, 10 or so on the standard version. But if you go to premium version, you're going to get unlimited. And I just did an email with a guy who's so excited to go down the rabbit hole this weekend because I've showed him basically what I'm about to show you. So here's our base strategy, buying these little downward intraday things that tap the 10 period moving average, but hopefully recover shortly after and move higher. Well, there's our P&L. All right, let's see if we can improve that. We're going to go to the optimization tab here. And price, we're not going to really change the price, but this is where I think it's going to get really interesting. We're going to click the time of day, and this is going to show us something. It's going to show us that we've got a lot of trades in the morning here. Let's do this. Let's change our interval, and let's go look at 15-minute intervals. Interesting. Still, most of the trades are early in the day. But look at these. We're getting some win percentages that are pretty darn good. But after 7:15 my time, it really drops off. There's a decent interval down here. But look, it's only given us 15 trades. And I'd have to go through all these ugly time period trades to get to that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw the line on this strategy and say, this thing only works well for the first 45 minutes of the day, roughly. So all we have to do is essentially rerun this thing, run again, and we're going to change it to where it said to stop. And my time Pacific is 7:15. Let's see how much improvement we can get. So we're taking this strategy, and by the way, this makes perfect sense for the way I built this strategy. I built this strategy for something that is happening early in the morning and then does a quick reversal for the remainder of the day. If late in the day these things are tapping on these lows, more than likely there's a reason for it, and they're probably going to keep bleeding through. So this just confirms my hypothesis and theory about why I built this scan in the first place. So here we go. Run number 2. We're going to have much less trades, and we're going to have much more quality in these less trades. Yikes, it's really going slow here. There's just too many people in my neighborhood uploading TikTok videos and doing Zoom media, homeschooling, binge watching Tiger King on Netflix, catching up on their emails from work. Everybody's sharing the cable modem in my neighborhood. We're almost there. Wow. Let's do a side-by-side, shall we? Summary versus summary. Run number 1 had 560 trades. Run number 2 had 1288. So you divide that by about our 12-day sample, and that's how many trades you would expect to get per day. So we cut our trades in half. Our winning percentage went up into the 60s. Not great, but we did what we needed to do. We got our profit factor up. We're at 2.48. Definitely workable there. And let's take a look at the 90 cent average trade winner and 68 average trade loser. Well, that's okay, but it's not great. But here is the final step. I built this scan not to be a end of day trade. It just so happens that, I showed this day trader the scan and he wanted it because it looks like it works. But in my world, I think this works better as a swing trade because usually when that event happens on the daily chart, this is the beginning of a big move. So let's see if we can confirm that theory. We're going to run again. And this time we're going to run again and hold. Let's sell at the open. That's always nice because if you get I like to sell at the open always because typically if you're going to get a gap, like an exhaustion gap after 2 or 3 days of run, take the opening gap and don't look back. So we'll take that at market close plus today, plus 2. So this is basically a 3-day trade and we're going to sell at the open. So we're going to completely change the scan here from a day trade holding to the bell to what happens if we hold for a couple more days. Let's get a third sample. Thankfully, this one is running a little faster. The hamsters on the wheels are moving. Oh my God. If somebody doesn't ask for this trade, you're insane. This scan, this is working pretty good. If there's any swing traders out there, you guys might like this. We are down to only 138 trades now. Almost 79% winner. Profit factor of, see, this just amplifies my theory that this is a great swing trade. And it doesn't look like it because it's just some silly little need it. There you go. Some silly little stock thing hitting new lows, but it's in my world, it's the precursor, it's the pullback, it's the slingshot to a nice 3-day hold. Yeah, see, you guys want it now. So here's the good news. What we're going to do is we're going to refine this before I give it to you a little bit. Let's just quickly look here. Oh man, beauty. Look at that. $2 winners versus $1 losers. Now, for those of you who want to take it a step further, let's get rid of this old run and this old run. And let's show you something. Here's the heat map. It looks like things were really happening on this day. So we'll click that. We can see all the trades that occurred that day. And we can go back and look at, there we go. Look, I'm going to click through these guys and look at the arrow. I want you to look for the arrow on the daily chart as they come through. And the arrow was the day that this bought. And in your mind, think of, well, let's see what a 3-day hold would look like. Yeah, not bad right there. All right, so first one, pretty good day that day. Again, we're going through the individual trades. Arrow, a little bit of pain, and then boom. Arrow, a little bit of pain, and then boom. This one did not work. They're not all going to work, everybody. This was a beauty. Boom, a day, so you had to be patient. Patience is a virtue, and then it took off. So I'm just, again, highlighting one of the best, beauty, one of the best days here. And again, what we're doing is, guys, we're not buying this day. We're buying the day that everybody that bought this day is puking up their shares in misery and panic right here, and we're waiting for this day. So that's one of the powerful things of trade ideas is to be able to put this stuff in real time, back test it, give ourselves the confidence and courage to do it, and then start applying it with some small size and seeing if it works. This is how I like to approach my swing trades. I don't chase stuff. I stalk and I wait for it to pull back, fill a gap, or in these cases, tap on that moving average because I'm convinced, guys, that these moving averages are a part of the algorithm. When they if then reach target and reverse buy, whatever. So pretty damn good looking scan here. So let's do this. What did we learn? We learned that we don't want to run this after 7:15, so we're going to make a little adjustment here. We have a filter called time of day, which means now that we know time of day is the first 45 minutes, we don't want to see this thing after 46 minutes. So let's add that filter and say time of day. Let's give a little bit of generosity. We'll call it 50 minutes. So instead of 45 minutes, I'm going to keep it turned on for 50 and just shy of an hour. Actually, that's no, that's going to be don't show me anything until 50 minutes, minimum column. Reverse that. We want to go maximum column. And let's check our work. The alert occurred before the open. The alert occurred no more than 50 minutes after the open. That's our operative sentence right there. This filter is going to make sure that after we back tested it, we can't sit here and remember all these scans that say, oh yeah, that one works best midnight and this one works best in the morning. No, let's just make it idiot proof. So we're adding 50 minutes after the open. We're going to shut this event down so we no longer see anything. And there is our scan. What's the last scan today? Not bad. That little arrow right there. Let's see what we've had to come through today. Even though I know we've already looked at it. Now these are definitely all stopped because we put that filter in. Beautiful example here, intraday of the 10 period moving average, the guiding hand that keeps you in the trade. All right, so I think we're ready to share this. I'm going to go back to real time, the bird in the hand. And by the way, if you guys are back testers, notice that when I bring the back testing is already set to the way I had it. So when this comes through as a cloud link, it's all going to be configured to the same back test that I ran. So you can rejigger it and try and reconfigure it if you want, but I think I've created enough value for this scan to go ahead and show the swing traders there's some value here. So let's see, we're going to call it bird in the hand, swing trade fade. I like that word. Swing trade fade. Swing trade fade entry. And there's the cloud link. All right, you got it. Let's catch up here. Shankar, is there a specific scan setting for the cloud version? I'm not quite sure if I understand that question, if it pertains to the scan I just gave out or another scan. What would be the stop? Good question, Damien. What would be the stop? Well, since our 10 period moving average is what we bounced off of, you know, typically, here's a great example. Typically, a lot of times that 20 period is right underneath. I'm more than likely going to use that 20 period moving average as a backstop. So let's go back to the one I'm in right now. Easy pawn. People are pawning their stuff, unfortunately, sadly, but they are, I'm getting confirmation on the daily chart here. So there's the pullback and the tag. You know, once this trade is moving for me, I really don't want to see it roll back over and close below the 10 period again. But if you're in a case where the 10 and the 20 are pretty close, I've been known to use the 20 as a backstop. And what I mean by that is you can't let the daily candle close under that price. It can test it and bounce, but we don't want to see a closing candle. So it's usually going to be, if the trade is working in my favor, I'm not going to let it break the 10 period moving average and close below, because that usually signifies that momentum is stalled and you probably want to get out. You don't want to be greedy or be a hoper. Somebody was, I'll scroll back here, somebody was saying Sohu and Asian. Sohu's having a moving day. I call that moving day for sure. Look at that. It's not even close to the 10 period. It's probably right in the 5 period today. So Sohu, I think, isn't that a Chinese company? They're having a nice day for whatever reason. Did they have earnings? No. Decent volume? Not sure. But here's what I do see. If you're not in it now, if you jumped in it, you're going to run right smack into this 20-50 period declining moving average. I think the sellers are going to have something to say right there. What was the other one? Asian. Nice. I mean, yesterday, you could almost call that the bird in the hand setup, guys. Beautiful sideways action. Moving averages are fanning out, starting to slope up. An intraday pullback, tapping that 10 period. And look at what happened after it tapped that 10 period. It immediately reversed. The algos, it's almost like they're OCD. The algos have to go down and flip that light switch 7 times and then reverse. And there's another fine example. Whoever called that one out, that looks like a decent trade. Now notice at the moment, the selling jumped right in here at the declining 50, just like it did 3 days ago. So you start to just use these simple 10, 20, and 50-day moving averages, and you can just see a symphony of movement back and forth, just hitting the tennis ball back and forth, kind of like X is trying to do. 50 period hit it back down. It grabbed the 10 period, basically hanging on to the 10 period. And, I'm going to wait and see where there's a resolution. I have a feeling that there's a lot of discussion in Washington about these infrastructure plans to build bridges. And, well, I could just see U.S. Steel being on the beneficiary end of building bridges in the U.S. So if you're not in it, you could wake up one day and it would be a giant 10% gap up, and you might not want to chase. But I guess for me, I'm going to wait until it resolves, this little wedge here. And if it can post a close above the 50-day moving average, I might be interested in ex-U.S. Steel again. I've also been long Nugget for about a week. This is the 3 times ETF for the GDX. Let's look at the GDX instead. GDX instead, moving higher, a couple moving days, sideways, sideways. It's just in a holding pattern here. It's waiting. In my opinion, we might see some push next week in the gold miners. It's just waiting for this 10 period moving average. Maybe on Monday we wake up and it races down and taps on it and comes through the bird in the hand trade and takes flight. Who knows? All right, let me see if we can catch it. We talked about what the stop would be, how to build this for the web version. Yes, you'll be able to use that exact same cloud link, Shankar, for the web version. Kyle likes the scan. Cool, must have. You got it. You got it, you got it, you got it. Okay, HAPP, I assume that's a symbol. Consolidating, yes. Low volume, kind of average volume, I think. Let's see. Yeah, about 330,000 average. Nothing to say that this can't come to light. Biotech, those can be sketchy, but it's giving a sideways action. Not bad. Certainly one to keep an eye on. And again, this is why you want to come in and maybe use that feature we have called the price alerts. Come in instead of price alerts. So if it does trade up and push through, and you're busy, homeschooling your kid or something, the alert goes off, and by the way, let me just show you, if you don't know, when the alert goes off, you want to make sure you hear it. If you're across the room homeschooling your kid, you want to right click and actions and make sure you've got play sound. I've got text to speech. So anytime I hear the computer read text to speech, I know it's either an AI trade going off or one of my price alerts going off. And sometimes those are the best alerts to go off because you saw something you liked but it wasn't ready and it was in a holding pattern like I mentioned earlier. You just set the price alert and you set it and forget it. And sometimes the best opportunities are served up to you in real time. They're the ones that you have already set for yourself, rather than coming in, cracking your knuckles and say, I got to make some money today. Which alert should I chase? That's not the right attitude. Let's take a look at what the NEO trades are today and how they relate to my 10-period moving average, because I just continue to hammer this home, especially for newer traders who don't know where to focus, because let's face it, the market is a fire hose of data. And if you don't know how to make semblance of it and organize it and perceive it in a way in which it makes sense to you, it's going to be completely overwhelming. And so the more simpler you can make it, the better. And I feel the 10 period simple, no play on words. Moving average is the best on the 15-minute chart to gauge momentum. So here we have the first trade of the day, maybe not the first, but the best of the day so far. RDHL is short. Here's our entry, and there was our candle. So a little bit of spike up, a little bit of pain, ride sideways. Scared of the big bad 10 period, throws the price to a new low. Bounces back up. Oh my God, there's the 10 period. It's still scared of the 10 period. No reason to get out of this trade if you're in this trade. Probably a great reason to cover half if you'd like to take some profits. Yeah, sure. Let's go to the next one. Long. Okay, here's our entry. The blue line and the candle. There's our entry. In the money immediately. And pulled back. Looks like unless this thing gets into shape here in the next 2 minutes, 1 minute, this candle has 1 minute to close back above that moving average, or else the momentum may be suspect and done for the day. We'll come back and check on that one. Back to a short. Looks like a low volume short. Ick. I'm not even going to talk about that one, but nonetheless, the moving average is holding the price down. Another short and another beautiful example of why not to get out of a trade too soon. There's our entry. Not a lot of pain. Back to even, and then repulsed sideways, repulsed by the moving average, keeps throwing the price lower. And guys, you might want to think about if you're taking half profits or third profits, take them when you can. If you're short, take them on a new big red candle. I'm going to talk about this next Tuesday ad nauseum for trading. The trades that add up are the ones where you get your price, not the ones where you're so greedy you sit there and you wait for the reversal and you start. If you're taking profits your whole trading career on trailing stops, you're not doing it right. That's what I'm going to talk about next Tuesday. So use these opportunities when you get your directional push. That's where you take some of your profit off the table. And last but not least, On the Neo side, a mess here. This thing is broken. It's long. Yeah, so literally 5 out of the 6 trades here, if you're using the 10 period moving average, which you should be, are still intact. You should still be in them essentially. And again, the AI is great at giving us the entries, finding the fire hose of data, sifting through that, and finding the good ones. From there, it's human and machine. We take over and manage the trade from here. The AI is not looking at the S&P. The AI is not looking at sectors today. The AI is not looking at today's price action. It just said, hey, based on all the data coming into today, this is a great moment to trade this stock long or short right now. And that's it. Her job really is done because the logic behind that is just kind of simple. You know, if it moves higher a certain amount of percent and pulls back a certain percent, get out. Well, that's not always the best logic compared to a trader's eyeball and their discussion and their discretionary and their gut feeling. So it's a perfect way for traders to develop. Let the AI serve you these trades that are all going to be guaranteed in Neo anyway. They're all going to be guaranteed high volume and high relative volume, which is good because those are the ones that try to continue and push in the same direction. Once they start losing their volume, they get a little bit more wonky and noisy. And all you got to do, your job as a trader, is to sit back and manage those trades using that 10 period SMA and try and take profits along the way when you get your price. A new push to high. Great, sell a little bit. Again, don't keep waiting for it to roll over and break the moving averages and take trailing stop profits. Those are minuscule profits compared to what you can do if you get your price over and over and over, day after day, week after week. The fast line, the Gomez line, the 10 period, the momentum line, whatever you want to call it, the happy line, the guiding hand line, the line of truth. Precious, my precious. All right. What is going on out there? Qs are flat on the day. S&P is not because we got energy and banks doing well. Energy and banks. That's just a simulator. Just doing my part, helping the troubleshooter guys. There's a stock called Wow. What a great name for a stock. Wide Open West Television Broadcasting. Hmm. Here's something interesting. This is that 10 period moving average, and when you see the price even repelled by the 10, that means it's snaking up the 5 period. Watch, I'll change that to a 5 period, and it'll line up perfectly. Those are the ones that are just beyond strong. You want to stay in those. Look at that. I mean, it's like clockwork. These algos have to have something they can touch, something they can put a value or quantify. Might as well be moving averages, might as well be lows of the last 10 days, things that we can all look at. They love to make new 10-day lows and shake out the weak hands in reverse. But yeah, there's your 5 period moving average. That's just, incredible. So when you see, like, I'm always just going to default to my 10, but when I see something like that that's just repelled by the 10, it's like, oh boy, yeah, that's strong. Yeah, that one's snaking up the 10 period as well. So after the alert, you wait for the trade to come back to that price, the swing trade scan. Now the scan that I put out, essentially you're just going to look at them one by one, as they come out. They're going to come out in the first 15 or first 45 minutes of the morning. And what I would do is I'm just going to look at the daily chart and determine how much of that daily chart do I like. This looks like it gaps up every single day. It's probably an ADR, a foreign stock. I don't really like that chart. Um, this is a little nicer. I'm familiar with this particular company and nice sideways action. Um, Again, looking at the arrow, to, essentially to answer your question, the arrow is the buy price. Now, here's how I would do it. I would probably, and this is how I do it, I would nibble. When you get these contrarian entries, you don't go in full force. Um, don't cannonball in the shallow end. You step in, you walk in the pool. So I might grab 1/3 position, maybe 1/2 position, something like that, just enough to get it on my radar. And now I'm watching it for the day, and I'd like to see it recover. And then if it recovers, and all of a sudden it starts reversing and riding up the 10-period moving average, I'm going to buy the second half, and I'm going to call that a swing trade entry position, and hope to God that works well for the next 2 to 3 days, as we just back tested and hopefully confirmed that that's what the data shows us, at least for the last 10, 12 days that we did back test. Now, if the market rolls back over, throw this strategy out the window. This is only going to work as if we have a bid under the market, and what we're doing, excuse me, what we're doing right now is kind of sector rotation. What was strong yesterday is kind of takes a back seat, and something new takes the lead today, and that's fine. That's healthy. That's a market trying to grind higher. It's not just one industry. It's rotation. They call that sector rotation. It's an even way of kind of bringing things back. So until that backdrop changes, this scan should work. So a nice nibble when the alert comes out, look at the daily chart. Does the daily chart look like what you want? Then take a nibble, a third, a half, and then watch it from there. Perfect example right here. If it was this one CP and you bought some there, 220, and now you're back to flat. Now you're actually in the money here a little bit. Maybe an hour later, this thing starts to move higher and it's snaking back up that 10 period. Well, at the end of the day, we're going to have a nice little wick on that candle, and we've bounced off that 10 period. And the early bird literally gets the worm here, okay? I mean, it's not what everybody wants to do. We all know it feels safe to wait for the breakout, but waiting for the breakout is what the herd is doing, and you're never going to separate yourself from the herd if you're running with the herd. So you've got to figure out a way to take these more unique type of entries, and when they work, they start to build on themselves, and you get confidence that they might work. Just have confidence that if they don't work, and they won't sometimes, that you can manage it and get out. But it's a starting point for swing traders. It's a place to look for an entry and let it work for you. And if it works, they're the most incredible entries. And then, like I said, I'm going to talk about on Tuesday on the flip side, getting out. Get out at your price. New high, great. Rather than stand up and put your fist up in the air and say, I'm so damn smart, get your finger on the sell 1/3 button or the sell 1/2 button and take some profits. And you're going to add those up at the end of the month. They're going to be so much better than being greedy and wishy-washy and waiting for the trend to roll over and hitting the exit button on the trailing stop when everybody else is. You're never going to separate yourself doing that as well. So, if you attend my Tuesday evening webinars, I'm going to talk more about that next week. April 21st. So, also, you must be aware earnings are coming up pretty soon. So, this would be right into the swing trade if you're not careful. In the case of earnings the same day, that area is going to be in red. So, if you don't have this earnings data point on your single stock window, you might want to, because we're in earnings period right now, and you're going to want to know if you're long something. I'm going to look at, Easy Paw, Easy Pay, May 6th, I'm good there. Virtue, May 7th, I'm good there. There's no ETF Nugget. And then Pause Silver, I'm in this one too. That's coming up on May 6th. So I've got a couple weeks still. Here's another one I don't think I've talked about. It's a silver stock. Look at this. You want to talk about a textbook flag? A nice push, nice flag. I really got a good feeling that this silver stock is going to resolve itself higher next week. But I'm not in the interest of sitting here and getting upset about this red bar and that green bar. What happened this morning? I don't care. I'm a swing trader. You can do that all you want. This is what I'm interested in right here. All right, anybody have any questions about the software they've been sitting on or waiting for me to stop rambling for? Some of you might have missed it earlier, but I gave out this scan at backtests pretty well for a 3-day swing trade hold. I know it doesn't look like it when the alert comes out. It doesn't look like it, but it backtests really well. 3-day swing trade backtest. Again, I'm just doing this for people who might have joined lately and had no idea what we're talking about. How do you make the best use of Holly? Yeah, Shankar, I'm going to tell you, I think I elaborated on it a little bit. I touched on it a little bit, but I'll elaborate on it now. I really like the AI Neo because this is the third segment here. We've had 5 trades today. Let's take a look. And I'm highlighting the relative volume. How many times is normal relative volume are the Neo trades doing? And this is what the value is. It's hunting out the good relative volume. The first one's at 4 times relative volume, 19 times, 84 times, 25 times, and almost 4 times relative volume. That is a great starting point, and that is why I like to just use these trades. And if you were watching me a minute ago, we were talking about each one of these trades individually, just using your own discretion to manage them. So the best way to use them is to let them give you the entry. And again, I prefer Neo. We'll take a look at the other two in a second and see how they're doing. But I only want to see Neo segment. We've got 5 trades in this segment today. And again, you can right click, go to segments, and you can only show all of them or only one of the 3. I would do that. Same goes in the parent strategy window. You can segment to only the Neos. And what's happening over there is we got 2 longs and 2 shorts. 2 of them are momentums, a breakdown and a breakout. And the other 2 are pullback or fades, a pullback long and kind of fade the bounce short. I really like those when those come out midday too. Let's see, pullback long is one here. Yeah, you see it wasn't chasing on the open. It was waiting for a pullback. And there's our little entry arrow right there. Not bad. But I said we'd come back and check on this trade, and it did. It's bleeding below the 10 period, so this one might be done for the moment for today. Let's look at the other 2 segments and see what they're doing. They might not have as much action or as much volume as the others. Let's look at the Grail. Okay, oh, decent volume over there, and same kind of a thing, riding that 10 period nicely. But here's the problem. It looks like it just came out up here. I don't like it. That's kind of a late entry. And then this one looks like it was earlier, bouncing sideways. Oh, the sideways action was not pushed higher. And here's one of the reasons I don't like these as much. The relative volume on that AI selection is normal. It's only 1.1 relative volume. It's having a normal day of volume. It's not going to follow through, hopefully, as much as we would like it to. So let's look at the second one. This is Holly 2.0. What's going on over here? Also a long and interesting. It was kind of a pullback. It was a on support buy. Okay. But look at this. Another example. I don't like that volume. For whatever reason, the other 2 Neos don't really look at relative volume, 0.71. So there's my examples right there. These trades in Neo, and by the way, I'm not, crapping on our product. We are refining it to make it better. Holly 2.0 is soon going to become a swing trade idea, much like we just kind of back tested here. It's going to become more of a 2 or 3 day hold type of generator, but we're not quite there yet. So we're improving Holly 1, 2. But for now, I would say, to answer your question, only focus on the Neo and use the segment feature in the menu to get that. And then once you're in these trades, or once you're following these trades, pay attention and put a 10 period simple moving average on your intraday chart. And for the short here to the downside, let it be the guiding hand that just keeps pushing the price. And if it doesn't, and if it reverses, then that's your signal to get out. That's the easiest way to use the AI, because it's serving you up really good ideas. These are the 5 best ideas I saw because of the volume. The other four ideas up here, I didn't like as much, and that's just kind of the way it is day after day for me. So I'm pushing people to, and you can even see if we look at the kind of the totals based on 100 shares, the P&L is $258 over here if you traded 100 shares of each of these. So it's giving us the data that it's working better. The long-winded answer, who asked that, Shankar, is just follow these trades. And can you explain the 10 SMA and how to use it? Yeah, that's it. I mean, look at right here. The price goes down sideways. It goes lower. It drops. It comes back up. It drops. The only thing you need to know is once the 15-minute candle closes on the other side of that 10-period moving average, that's your signal to get out. So you want to try and ride that as long as you can. And then once it closes below the other side, and it will do it quite often, and as we get into the afternoon hours, some of these momentum plays will die out. But the idea is to ride it as long as possible. Any plans for price alerts? Yeah, definitely, Kyle. We're going to try and get much more mobile, and we're going to have much more of a simpler product as well for people who don't want to do any programming at all. It's just kind of this is what the system sees today. Not the AI, but just regular scans. Very low point price product for that, and something like that. We are definitely gearing towards push notifications through mobile. As you can see, this is a very intense program. This is not the kind of thing you can squeeze onto a mobile phone, but as Kyle's correct, we can take these price alerts and say, yeah, if I'm at down the street standing in line 6 feet apart trying to get into Home Depot, this thing goes off, I'd like to know about it because I can log in to my Ameritrade account and take care of it while I'm standing in line 6 feet apart. So that will be coming, Kyle. We're aware of it, and there's a big focus on that right now. Yeah, like Kyle says, that's one of the reasons I've got my sound turned up and my price alerts on. Here they are. Price alerts on sound. Right click to actions, play sound. Text to speech means something's happening. So if I hear that in the other room, I've got some pretty good bass on these speakers, so I don't miss it. Yeah, X holding my theory. The theory of the 10-period moving average also, who asked that question, Shankar, is a wonderful tool for gauging when the gap is going to stop and reverse, or if it will not stop and reverse at all. A couple days ago in the Qs and the spiders, they gapped up, sold off, and the minute that 10-period moving average came up from underneath, pushed the price higher. There's a test there, but you can see we did not close below. No close, no close. So pass, pass, pass. We passed the test here. If you want to start leaning on these areas and jumping in as a buy, these can be great intraday day trading points using the SDSs or the SPYs or a triple ETF. And if you're wrong, you don't really have much to fall. You're not really that wrong as opposed to buying up here and then being wrong and saying I get out. So a good example there of the 10-period moving average holding intraday price action from a gap. Same thing on the downside. If we're, if the market is, if we open up and there's a lot of fear and you can just feel the fear in the market gaps down and starts to trade back up, people are getting hopeful that, okay, well, maybe we're going to buy this gap. And then it hits that declining 10-period moving average on the 15 chart and gets stopped in its tracks and starts to roll over and show red. If you're a short seller, that's the moment to get short because those can be ugly. Fear can drop a lot faster than greed can rise up. And that's the moment of truth that a lot of people realize, uh-oh, maybe we're going to roll back and retest lows, and people hate that on scary down days. So in other words, this particular pattern here reversed to the downside can be much more volatile and quickly moving in your right direction than these up gaps that get caught. Matter of fact, let me just show you something here. I'm user number 3 of the system, and when I was day trading in 2003, when Dan approached me and said, I want you to be our beta tester, tell me your favorite setup. And at the time, my favorite setup was this, but it was a different world. And what I mean was, this could be your buy point. This used to be a good buy point because the algos did not exist. The algos would not come and take your price, fake it out, come down, take you back to low, spank you, beat the crap out of you, and then go back to highs, which is what we do now in day trading. This is why I don't day trade. So back then, we'd find stocks that gapped up, and the sellers thought they had a good entry, and the price comes in, but the price recovers and then goes back to high. So there is an alert for that. It's one of the very first events that Trade Ideas ever built, and I was freaking amazed that they were able to do it, and I was sold. And this alert was money. It made great money for a little while, and then it just stopped working, and I haven't used it in years because I don't day trade it. I don't day trade anymore, but at one time, it's called the false gap up retracement. There it is right there, and it's just like it looks like. There's the gap up and turn in and then go higher. Here's what I was talking about earlier. There's the gap down. These were the ones that were money on down, scary, volatile days. The market would gap down or a stock would gap down, trade up, not quite fill the gap, and then roll over to new lows. And what was really cool is we could control the percentage of the alert. So I'll add that alert and say, I want at least 50% of that gap to be retraced. If only 20% of that gap was retraced and rolled back over to lows, I wouldn't see the alert. So I could actually control how much of the gap I wanted to be retraced as well. So this was a great alert back in the day. Doesn't really work that well anymore, but I've kind of modified the idea that, if a stock gaps up, this is the safe zone right here. And if you're wrong, there's a nice pillowy exit right there, which is usually not that bad. But if you're right, you can get some nice pushes. Can you add the 20-day SMA as a stop in the strategy configuration? What do we mean is by strategy configuration? I guess you lost me at strategy configuration. Is that are we talking back testing or? I think you might be talking about back testing. You can play around with some different exits on the back test for sure and see what you come up with in B plus. Yeah, we're trying to get the trailing stops to work a little better to where a trailing stop would adjust and constantly move up as the new 20 SMA redrew and moved up. We're getting there. I manage all my trades manually, so I don't really automate my exits. But I will use something like that when you're back testing it, to try and get a feel for it. Yes, 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That seems to work best, Kyle, for me. And let's see, do you think you could show us your custom formula code page? It was requested when Barry. Oh man, I've got a lot. The easiest way to show you is to just go to any config window, and you go to the search tab, and at the bottom of the search tab is where all those customs are dumped out. So I don't even use most of these, so don't, 1 minute volume is certainly the one I use the most. It's right here on my single stock window, so that's one that I use. There's one in there for a doji. I really don't use many customs at all. A lot of this is just testing or trying to help Brian Shannon with some ideas or Michael helping me with something. The one I use the most is that 1 minute custom. Yeah, if you're really into writing those formulas, I'm not that good at that stuff. I'm more visual. Michael Noss is the complete nerd. Barry's pretty darn good at writing those customs too. And then the actual code of the architecture itself is called TIQ, Trade Ideas Quant. And boy, the developer tried to school me and Jamie on it one day, and Jamie and I were just drooling, trying to keep up. And we're like, my brain just doesn't work that way. I'm not a coder. All right, couple minutes to go here before I got to hand it back to Barry at the top of the hour. You know, if you haven't, I'll drop it in there. If you haven't seen the ebook that we did on swing trading, chapter I did talks about this particular scan called the A table. And what's funny about the A table is I never thought about it in these terms when I first wrote it. Ebook. I'm going to drop the ebook link in there. The A table was basically designed to just show me things that are holding up really well because of our good proprietary score, but also having, you know, a good short float in there. A good short float. So why are people missing things like 76% short the float on Match Group, Match.com, Zoom Media? I mean, they're still trying to work off their shorts. So what this thing has turned into is a COVID scan. It's basically showing, look at this, Kala. Beautiful push, 3 days of pullback right on the 10-day moving average, 10-day test. Beautiful. Look at that. So I'll give you guys this as well, but you know, not all these are ready to go. You know, for instance, you're not going to jump in and buy Mitch after 4 days in a doji. You don't buy it here. But that Kala looked sure interesting this morning. Look at that, sold off on the gap, kind of touched the 10 period almost, and now it's moving higher. So it's up to you to use your discretion on the jump rope as to when to jump in these things. But yeah, pets.com, again, another COVID play. People, you know, ordering their pet supplies because they don't want to go stand in line. That's a beauty. Nice push off the 10 period again there. So I'll be happy to give this before I step away. And because it blends nicely with the ebook link that I just put in there. A table scan. There you go. How come you don't have a wrench next to your name, Michael? Hello, G. Gallagher. Welcome. We do this every day at noon. We take it away from Barry, give him a little bit of a break, and give you guys a different voice. It's really annoying how Easy Pawn raced up on the open and completely reversed. Just like I told you, that's what the algos like to do. Hello from Dublin. Thank you. You are welcome. Usually I do the noon event on Tuesdays. I'm just filling in here on Friday until we get Andy back, and then we'll have 5 of us that'll generally pick up the slack, and we'll have a different voice each day of the week on this noon deal. All right, everybody. Happy Friday. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll hand it back to Barry here in a second. Info at trade-ideas.com is always a good place to start for billing, technical, trader questions. Doesn't matter. We'll get a support ticket assigned to you. So I'll go ahead and hand it off to Barry here in a sec. Thank you, everybody, and we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Going on my end. Fun and games with the audio right now. Just give me a second here. Okay, 1 o'clock now. So the people in the YouTube room, you can ask me for my scans also. It's just difficult for me to, I can't, like, if you can see, well, you obviously can see my screen and you see all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? I just can't put all the links in at once. Okay, right now even the sound is changed. Sound quality has changed, really? Okay, so it's on your end, Chris. All right, let me see what is happening here. We have. All right, keep an eye on the WoW guys. The $6 level kind of held. I mean, it did get down to 523 or 523, 593. It did hold, and this might be setting up for another little pop. Excuse me. What was the pop? Maybe the, excuse me, the oxy? Just a minute, please. Yeah, no, WoW wasn't a pop. It was more of a hold, okay? It was a hold of the 6th level. WOW, so you see how it, four bars down on the 5, only 1 on the 15. And it seems like it's trying to hold that 6th level. Excuse me, sorry with that. Just a minute. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to do my video now, and when I come back, I'll take a few more trades in the simulator, some manuals, some using a strategy. I'm going to turn these off. I want to take any trades while I'm doing my video. And right now, I mean, things have, for me anyway, have really dried up. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, you know what? CFG, it's just been choppy though. I mean, look, it's had a beautiful run over the 5 minute. There is a green bar ignored. It is an earnings played. A green bar, sorry. There's a red bar ignored, classic red bar ignored. In fact, you want to, if this really starts to work, you want to print this chart out right there. That's sort of what I'm talking about. See the nice trend? Then a narrow body and even a little bottoming tail on that red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. There is, and the next candle is green above the high of that red bar. So again, trend, pause in the trend, continuation, especially if this keeps working. That is right there. You want to print that out right there and put it on your wall. Yeah, I know goods. Every time you cough or you sneeze or you're getting paranoid. No, I don't. No, I don't. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So I'll put the announcement in first. Now, checklist. Stop sound in YouTube. Check. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's see what's happening here. I see that, WoW is still hanging in there. It looked like maybe this was going to really make it fall, but not yet. It's still hanging in there. Let's put a price alert around 623 and see if it takes that out. There is the 200-day moving average. So again, that's where it's stalled, all right? Almost right to the penny. If you guys are wondering about indicators, look at, I know I'm jumping all over the place here, but look at Oxy, guys. Oxy now is another nice red, there's a red bar ignored right there for Oxy with a bottoming tail. 1334 on the trigger. Actually, we're starting to see a little bit of a pop here. I'm seeing Schlumberger SLB on the move also. Now, remember, just before I went on my during the video, I said to print this out. Now, this didn't. I mean, it didn't keep going, so I maybe wouldn't. But I mean, that is so beautiful. There's your trend, narrow body also, so you can put a fairly tight stop on it, but also with a bottoming tail. So the bottoming tail, I mean, the seller's not a huge one, but the seller's, especially the longer the bottoming tail on, for me anyway, on a red bar ignored, the better, because that means that the sellers really tried, but at least even though the bar remained red, the buyers did take it up fairly close to the open, and then the buyers continued. Now, did it keep going? Not yet, but I mean, this could still, remember, this is an earnings play. $20, it's close to a fairly psychological number, $20. Not fairly, that's probably, for me, that's a big psychological number to get through. Okay, I'm watching this GMAB to see if this is just a momentary pullback. I'm going to see if this maybe gets back over 23 for GMAB. Just continuing to watch this GMAB to see if it retakes the whole number. Stick an alert just over that whole number. See if that pullback is over. Little bottoming tail there, little one. Guys, I'm going to give you this. I mean, you may not want to, well, it's up to you, of course, but this is the sector with better unpin it. Just keep an eye on it. I mean, it could be on days, especially slower days, but You can also turn this into an alert window. Just kind of checking some of these. There's that Ardas again. It really kind of stalled trying to get through that whole number. All right, guys, this is okay. CFG over 20, or right at 20. Boy, the market is just flattening out here. Volume picking up in SLB. Volume is definitely picking up here. There's on the 15-minute chart. All right, reset the alert just a little bit over 20 again for CFG and see if it has a run at the end of the day. It has some room, 22.21 up here in this area, so it does have some room, CFG. Great volume, 1.6 times normal. It's a big float. It is an earnings play though, so it should still be active right to the end of the day. Are there some cloud links that you can try out? Absolutely. So Chris, if you, in the scans, if you can find the scans tab, a bunch of them are here, okay? You can also click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, and scans that I share. If you click on download, all those scans will go to a Word document, so you can take a look at them over the weekend. You can play around with them, all right? A lot of scans that I'm sharing. Okay? There's SLB, guys. Just made a new high, or trying to make a new high here. The only thing that is not shared is my watch list up and down. You have to load that from my channel bar, from my channel in the channel bar. Click on new, new channel bar, and then my windows right here. And again, as I remind everybody a million times, everything in a channel is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because anything you click in the channel, it'll replace your layout, which is okay, again, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Now, for those of you who know what I do, Friday afternoon, once this market closes, I will be changing the name of the symbol list. So you'll have to download these again on Monday. So even if so what you can do is Monday, before the market opens, you load my channel, then you can save these two windows or these three windows to the cloud, if that's what you want to do. And then bring back your layout and then load these three windows from the cloud, and then save your layout again so that these three are incorporated. You only have to do that once a week. Confusing as heck, right? Schlumberger keeps making a little bit of a move here. It is an earnings play. It does have room, and I always say that. I don't have no idea where it's going, but if you look at the chart on the daily chart, you can see that the next area would maybe up here, and it is an earnings play, but it is energy. But look at the in fact, XLE, XOP, OIH. These are three. I'm sure there are many more, but these are three energy sector ETFs right at the top here. Okay, right at the top. So SLB in the right sector. As well as being an earnings play. All right, GMAB. I am going to stick an alert. I don't know if I got rid of it, but I should stick an alert or re-stick it if I got rid of it. Right up. Okay, it's still there. 2307. I'm just intrigued by it. You know, the longer it holds underneath, and if it pops through, it has a little bit of room up to about 24 or so. It is. I guess this was an IPO back here. There's no 200-day. Craig lives. It does live. But it really lived early. And it pulled all the way back. BLPH just over 13 now. I know a lot of people follow this one. What's the high looking left is 13, so it's just a little bit above yesterday's high, guys. And the next high looking left is around 1440, so this one does have some room. Horrible looking daily chart, really. I mean, just all over the place. But today, if it holds 13, what's the volume? It's not, but it is a low float. 3 million in the float. Not tremendous volume. Look at the relative volume. It's not really trading anything special today. But I know there are people who look at BLPH. And if you're one of them, then, over the whole number. Yeah, Schlumberger SLB looks like it's on its way now. Oh, was that it? 10 to 1 on 1 to 10 on Wednesday? Okay. I had forgotten. Well, listen, as long as OIH, XLE, and XOP, these are three of the ETFs, again, in the energy sector, they're still strong. OIH could, or SLB could keep moving, though it should still be moving kind of on its own because it is an earnings play. Well, guys, I'm sure you can guess why I'm doing this. All right, let me show you how you can use Brokerage Plus to take trades in this. Okay, I'll do it in a very manual way to start. Let's just say I wanted this RF. So I'm going to go in at the market. I'm looking at the spread, 944, 945. So there's no problem going in the market right there. There's only a penny spread. It's a big float, that's why. $1 billion in the float. So if I took this trade, again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Say you take 300 shares. Take it right at the market. Okay, so that's why it filled at 945. That's real world, guys. Because if I got, jeez, just a second. Because if I'd done that for real, that's where it would have taken it, 945, 944, 945. To take the trade, I've got to go in at the ask if I want it immediately, and that's where it took it. So real world, 945. Somebody say there were a lag I haven't seen it. I'm not saying there's never any lag. But I have not seen it in Brokerage Plus. But anyway, so there's the trade. So now let's put a stop in. Now, again, I'm doing this after the fact, but if you're going to do something like this manually, you have to know where your stop's going to be first. Do a little mental arithmetic then. Figure out how many shares you're going to figure out how many shares you want to take based on how much you're prepared to lose on the trade. Again, using very simple math, If you go in, if a stock is $10 and you think there's good support at $9.90, 10 cents away, then if you want to risk $100 on that trade, you could take 1,000 shares. So that's kind of the arithmetic you're going through. So if you want to take the trade here, before you would do that, you would say, okay, but I want my stop down here, say 934. That's 944. That is 10 cents. So again, if you want to risk 1,000 share or $100 on the trade, you could take 1,000 shares of this. Okay. So let me just put a stop there. So let's put a stop at the low of that candle, right that candle there. So that's 933. I'm doing this after the fact. Of course, you can do all this ahead of time to a certain extent. So I'm going to sell. Here's my stop price. So it appears right on the chart. Okay, see that line that appeared right on the chart? So at this point, now I could also, if I wanted to, put a target. So let's just say I want to put a target at 960. And here's where you have to fill in both. And sell. Okay, so now I've got a target. You can see right above here. It's hard. You can't see it on this chart because I know the price is not, you don't see 960 up here. But you can see it on the weekly right there. So if it hit, if I allowed everything to work automatically, if the price got up to 960, it would take me out for a $45 gain. But as always, let's just say it starts working well and it starts approaching the 960, but it's still working very well. There's no reason to get out. All I have to do is just take and move it up. Okay? As I said, just move it up. I'm not dropping it well. And again, on the stop, I could move that up and down also. So I could move that up a little bit. So right on the chart, you can make all your adjustments if you want. So that's a very manual way to use Brokerage Plus. And what I've demonstrated is it's right in the simulator. Okay, this is simulated trading, and all you have to do is just load Brokerage Plus from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus. Just load it from the toolbar. The box will pop up, and then just connect to simulated trading right there. Check it. If you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can trade your account using Brokerage Plus if you want. It's a nice, way nicer, way visually more aesthetically better order entry screen than you have it within Interactive Brokers. And these are hotkeys. If you want to get out of a position, you flatten, get out of half your position. You can double your position or reverse. Long, you can go short. Short, you can go long just by clicking. So that's a very, very easy way to use Brokerage Plus. Here's how you can use the buy button right on the chart. What you do is you have to have a strategy loaded. You notice, and here are my long ones. Strategy as in, how do I want to trade it? I'll go over this a little bit better. So what you can do is you can create your own alert window, or you can take my alert windows, you save them to the cloud, and then you would load from the cloud and you can load them. All right, so if I load Momo up, so there it is, there's Momo up right there. Now what you have to do, you have to create the trading strategy. How do you want to trade it? If you're going to use this, how are you going to trade it? In other words, what's your entry time, if you have one, your order details, risk management, do you have a hold time, and all this? I'm going to go over these tabs as I use them for chart trading using the buy button, okay? So what you do is if you want to use the buy button on the chart, you have to designate one of your long strategies that you have as the way in which you want to trade on the chart. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize I've named one of my strategies chart long $100 risk, so that must be how I want to trade on the chart. So if I right click on it, check default chart long strategy. And here's this, and this is what I'm doing. Of course, I gave it the name, long, short. I don't have an entry time. Order details, risk management, work hand in hand. Any suggestions on a trading platform? A lot of us use Interactive Brokers. Okay, I mean, I could suggest it. Not the be-all and the end-all, but a lot of us use Interactive Brokers. And almost doesn't matter where you are in the world. We had somebody in the YouTube room wondering. Well, you're talking about pattern day trading. I mean, you can open an account for less than 25 at Interactive Broker. You can probably open for less than 25 in virtually any broker. But you're talking about now pattern day trading. When you get into that, I don't know. I mean, I think there might be some kind of offshore, a little bit sketchy maybe to do that. But if you're just talking about opening an account, IB will accept. I don't know what their minimum is, but it's not very much. So let me just keep going over this, how I've designed, how I would take a trade using the buy button. So I'm basing everything on a stop loss. As I've said a million times, try to get used to the idea of when you get into a trade, you have to be prepared to lose on the trade. Okay? So what this $100 is basically saying, okay, if I get into the trade and it works against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. It's really that simple. I don't want to lose more than 100. And then coupled with, based on a stop loss. So here's my stop loss, says VWAP stop, which is not available for you yet. You could always use a smart stop. You could, or one of these others. I mean, there's so many. Please, I cannot explain it. In fact, a lot of these are just a lot of filters. They're not conducive to like literally stop losses. But you can try where are you? Smart Stop Dollars, which is generated by our system. And when you do that, when you have a risk value and you have a smart stop, you'll see that when you place a trade using the buy button, it'll automatically share size you. So let's see how that works. Meanwhile, you can see, in fact, I think it took it out, right? I raised the stop on that. So it automatically took me out of the trade, the RF trade. So, if a lot of times, trading obviously can be very emotional. I mean, in the simulator, it can seem kind of easy. You don't have real money involved. Once you have your real money involved, though, it can be very emotional. One of the things that a lot of people will do is they'll put a stop in, and then even on the chart, they'll see the price starting to drift down to the stop. So a lot of times, you know what you might do? You might even start to move it down, thinking, well, maybe that stop is too tight, not obeying it. And then it starts to move down further, and maybe you keep moving it. At least if you put a stop on the chart and you don't let it budge, and it's something that is manageable, like you're not $100 loss or $50 loss, whatever your account size is, that takes the emotion out of it. You're out of the trade. You're not tempted to move your stop down, because you think maybe it was too tight. It takes all the emotion out of it. Okay, so let me take a trade using the buy button, and I'm going to show you how that works. How remember in this one, I had to manually select how many shares. And again, if you had done it all manually ahead of time, you have to have to know where your stop's going to be. You can do some mental arithmetic, figure out how many if you're going to take this number of shares, where your stop's going to be. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Don't ever think it like that. So if you know where your stop is, even on a manual basis, and you know how much you're going to risk, you're basically then, dividing that stop by the risk amount. Not the risk amount, but the difference between where the entry would be and where it is on the chart. So again, if it was 10 cents and you were willing to risk $100, so obviously just do the simple math, $100 risk divided by the 10-cent stop equals 1,000 shares. That's doing it in a very, very manual way. This, if you create your little trading strategy ahead of time, will take a lot of that guesswork out, as long as you like the stop. If you're willing to use a program stop of some sort. So let's take a look at a trade. Wow, as an example. This actually looks like it wants to move down now. What's the market doing? Okay, now here's another thing you can do. You can remember we've been watching kind of this BKEP for a while. There's the 200-day moving average. Let's just say for argument's sake that I wanted to take this trade, not that I would, because there's a lot of resistance up here too, but let's pretend there wasn't all this resistance. Let's pretend that if it broke over, say it got up to 117, that might be a decent trade. So I click the buy button. And unfortunately, it's hard to see the 117. I should have done it on, say, the weekly chart. I don't know if I can actually... I think see what somebody was saying. What if I want to go to the orders? Okay, let me go back to the BKEP. I know what I can do. So let's say I want to take that trade right up here. So we're out on the weekly chart. So I'm going to press the buy button. I want to take the trade right there, release it. Okay, so if the stock gets to this level right there, it'll take the trade automatically. It's like a conditional buy order. It has put the stop in. If it took that trade right there with that stop in place, it's automatically going to size the order. I could have also done it in another way. Let's just say, for argument's sake, I wanted to take it on more of on a pullback, so that if it pulled back to 105, I would want the trade. So let me get rid of that order. Okay, and I'll do it kind of the reverse. It's another, so I can drop it right there. So it'll take the trade if it pulls back to here, and there would be the stop. Okay, that's how you can do it right on the chart. Now, let's just say for argument's sake, it starts to move and it's not pulling back, and I want to take the trade. I can always move that order, to take the trade almost immediately. I'm going to get rid of that, and now because I want to take a trade immediately to show you how it did size it. I see Pixie is on the way up. All right, let's try to do a momentum trade here. I mean, I wouldn't do this, but let's just take it. So right there, the order is in to buy. Right there, so if it takes the trade, It's going to size it automatically. And wouldn't you know, it's not going to move. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to cancel it because actually I'm looking at the bid ask 656, 670. So I would never ever do that, but so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel out of this trade. Okay. Let me see if I can find one that makes a little more sense. Again, I'm just demonstrating this. This is not. All right, OSUR. Maybe this pullback's over, right? Maybe it's over. Let's take the trade right now. Okay, I'm going to drop it. There we go. Took the trade. Okay, took 238 shares. Why? Because if I take the entry minus the stop, multiply that by 238, I should get approximately $100. So you notice right there it says a stop. So if it got down to that 1242, I'd lose $101. Okay, so you see how that works? Now we'll see. See how well that works. Again, I was just using this as a demonstration. And all of what I was doing, everything I was doing was part of the standard service. Okay, you don't need our premium service. Everything I was just doing is part of your standard service. The only time you need premium is if you want to automate, you want to do auto entering on, say, an alert window. Obviously, but you need, if you want to watch the AI, you want to have access to the AI, you need our premium service. Otherwise, standard is, especially, if you're brand new, I wouldn't, I'd probably start off with our standard service. And as you get more accustomed, you might want to try our premium. You might want to follow the AI. You might want to dabble in, auto trading. And I always say auto trading the entries because, I will auto trade to a certain extent these entries, but I'll always manage the exits. Okay, so Atif. All right, so the AI, let me bring up the, so you're watching me, you can see me, Atif, on the, you can actually see me, but not see me, but see my screen. Make sure before I explain how it knows when to get out. Okay, so let me bring up the AI Holly strategy window, okay? I don't watch this window anymore because I really don't care what strategies make the cut. Okay, but just let me add one more. Okay, well, if you can see this, you see how there's a time, every strategy has a time stop. Some are later You know, some are 60-minute holds, some are, 45 minutes or 15 minutes before the market open or closes. This is 10. They all have a time stop. So what happens is these strategies have been optimized around a certain time stop. So regardless of whether the trade is working, like a trade could be working great. If after 60 minutes, it'll just get out of the trade. No, you don't have to pick one, but it'll get out automatically. That's why I'm saying though, constantly, that you should manage the exits on your own. Because if a trade was working, why would you get out just because the strategy has been optimized for 60 minutes? Yes, the overall strategy has been optimized for a certain time, but I believe that each individual alert you get from a strategy should be managed on its own. So that's one. Okay, that's one way. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't even like looking at it anymore. So that's one way. Another way that it gets out is if a target is hit. Now, again, I always look at these targets as being nothing scientific. So some of the strategies have been optimized for, say, a dollar profit or a certain percent. So if it hits it, then it's going to get out of the trade. It's that simple. But again, why would you? If the trade is still working well, why would you get out artificially? But that is another way that it gets out. The big way that it gets out that you should never sort of dispute is the stop. There is a stop every time a trade is, you get an alert, you'll always have a stop price. So if the stock hit the stop, it's out. All right? Another way it gets out, or two more ways that it gets out automatically, okay, are a couple of algos. So let's just say, for argument's sake, it takes a trade and the stock motors higher. Okay, looking great. Then it starts to pull back. Well, you as a trader should, be selling some. All right, you would never want to allow a stock. You get in at 10, it roars up to 10.50, and then it comes all the way back to 9.90. Okay, well, you've got to be watching. You've got to be taking either total profit or some profit. So that's another way the AI gets out. If it sees that it's popped up and then it starts coming back down, it'll do what's called a profit save. These are all that's an algorithm, and the other way is what's called a reduced risk. So again, it gets into a trade. There is a stop underneath, way underneath, we'll say, but it starts drifting down and it's taking its time. Doesn't look like it's really going to do anything. It'll get out before the stop, just like I would. Okay, I'll put a stop in, but I don't like the way it's trading. I'll get out before a stop if I just don't like the way it's trading. So those are the ways that it automatically gets. Well, how many shares is according to you can assign that. You'll notice that in the AI, you can position sizing could be you could take $10,000 per trade or a fixed share or based on a stop loss. Okay, so if you wanted to risk only $100 on a trade or $50 on a trade, you would see, and it's going to be based on the stop loss that is generated. You're not picking the stop loss anymore. It's generated automatically by, right here. If you're willing to, obey that stop loss, use that as a stop loss, and then you say, okay, I want to risk $50 a trade or $100 a trade, it'll automatically take the right number of shares. Well, you can have a percentage. You can adjust anything you want in the trading instructions. Okay, you can adjust it. But if you want to do it automatically, then it'll be based on the stop that is generated. Some of the trading strategies have a percentage target. Personally, I don't think targets mean anything. Okay? I think targets are fine. Maybe if you want to leave your system for a while, maybe. I don't recommend that. But the target it's not scientific. I mean, say a 1% or a 2% target, that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay? I mean, if the trade is still working well, why would you get out of something that's working well? Just because you've got an artificial target of 1% or 2% or a dollar. How many equities can it trade at one given time? Are you talking? Well, if you look at the alerts today, there were the entries, so kind of staggered. If you're asking how many, for your account size, today's not a bad day. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trades, I guess. Some days you could have 20 trades. So you may want to say, I'm only going to take the first 10. All really depends on your account size too. And you cannot tell it to trade. You cannot tell it to trade a specific stock. No, I mean this is. It's sort of like if this were one of the strategies, which it isn't. All the strategies reacting to is if if the stock fits all these filter requirements and the stock makes a new low. This is not one of the AI strategies, okay? But if it were, then we get an alert. All right, so ahead of time, we can't possibly know, of course, what symbols are going to be alerted. Every day is going to be different. Well, you asked the win ratio. So, here's where it gets a little complicated because we always say, for me, the AI is a sort of a man and machine instance. So if you want to, the machine is giving you the entries and the stop. How you trade it really, though, is going to be up to you. Everybody's profit then is going to be different. I know people want to let them run. Just let it run. We do not recommend it. Okay, Bogey. Well, a lot of the stuff that we look at, even though I'm getting in and out of trades all day long, or by the end of the day, a lot of them are set up to, if you like the way the setup is, you can swing them. But well, Codex was not in the AI today. Okay, so again, you're asking about a specific stock. It didn't. Codex was not in it. Yeah, and if you're wondering why, the very simple answer is that how it traded did not fit the filter requirements. No, no, these were the alerts today. Codex is not one of them. We talked about Codex because it was in my watch list. My watch list is different from the AI. This is my watch list. My watch list, I mean, and I'm sorry, guys, those of you who've been in the room forever, but when I constructed the watch list about, I don't know, was it 4 months ago? I don't even remember anymore. This was really designed just for new people. Either A, new people to trading, and B, new people to trade ideas. Try to get them to concentrate just on a few stocks over the course of the day. But, since I started really looking at it, I'm also using it almost exclusively. Now, I don't trade as much as I shouldn't say like to. I mean, I'm missing stuff just because of the nature of what I do. But if I weren't doing this, I would probably just concentrate on my watch list all day long and take a look at the AI in the price range that I like. And that's probably all I would do. And the watch list is constructed in this fashion. These are the stocks that came from the watch list today. I just counted. I've got, I think, 33 stocks in the watch list. These are the ones that triggered because they met certain filter requirements. I don't want every stock in the watch list to trigger. I want a more manageable number. So I've got filters in place here, and I've attached, so you understand kind of what I'm talking about. I've attached, there's the watch list. It's called Be the Ball, okay? So there's the watch list that it's looking at. And from that watch list, it has extracted these stocks today. So what happens once this market closes today, I will look at the watch list again, the entire watch list, not just the ones that triggered. And I'll load each stock symbol by symbol, check the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, and I'll make a determination of, in today's watch list, what stocks I think could still be carried forward to, say, Monday. And the determination will be, okay, yes, that maybe a stock still has room, as I call it, still has a void, a gap, on the daily, weekly, monthly. That's why I was saying when Bogey left, I'm saying that, a lot of the stocks most of the stocks in the watch list do have room. So I'll go through that exercise, and then I have several scans that I also look at after hours, which will give me new stocks to add to the watch list. And then on Monday, all you have to do is load my channel and you'll see what happened. Then you just wait for the alerts. Well, okay, so this is what happened today. No, I mean, do they all work? Of course not, but let's just take a look. So I had an alert for Zixi at 9:47. The price was 675. What did it do? Got up to 7. So not bad. INSEE, the alert was at 9:47. The price was 305. Got to 301 or 331. But it didn't hold, but at least it didn't drop immediately. This one I don't think really moved. This is one that I'm definitely interested next week, though, on the watch list. OSUR. Now, I was commenting that when we got that alert, there was a lot of resistance right at that 1324, 1325 area. If it cracks this, this could have a run, next week. So that SFM 2042 was the alert. It got as high as 2089. Codex, of course, probably was pretty good. 1379. Got as high as 1503. This one I don't think moved too far off that 325. DNJR got up to 340. So, there's some modest moves. And then the RDHL was on the short side, 625. Got down to 598. CUTR on the short side, 1086, got down to 1036. And then LLNW, 659, got down to 604. So, they all worked within reason. So, well, this is all manual. This is not like the AI, okay? This is not with stops ahead of time and all that, okay? This is a watch list that so I'm saying this is not fully automated. This is a watch list of stocks to, again, I try to make it a manageable number. So how many, 1, 2, 3, 6 on the long side and 3 on the short side. Up to you to manage the trade. Now, there's a way in which you can automate the whole thing. On the auto trading the entries, which is what I was doing at the very beginning of the day. I just turned the strategies on. So kind of like the AI then, I turned the strategies on. And then what would happen is, turn them off right now. It would follow these rules on taking the trades. Kind of like the AI now. See, I have got an entry time. I delay it to 9:45. And then order details and risk management work hand in hand. Risking $100 a trade. Risk management, basing it on that VWAP stop. So that's why, and I had no hold time. Okay, that's why I'm managing the trades. That's interesting. Maybe that's why. I must have accidentally put that there. I'm a believer in managing the exits on my own, Atif. Okay, I don't automate the exits ever. The thing is, I personally don't take that many trades over the course of the day. So, I mean, it's easy enough for me to manage. Look, if I were in 20 trades at once, which never, ever, ever happens, then yeah, I probably have to rely on a system to get me out automatically. But I'm never, the most I'm in usually is probably 2 trades at once. Easy enough to manage. Well, the platform. When you say the platform I'm using, you mean to actually trade? I mean, I'm using you. You need a you need a brokerage account, so I'm using Interactive Brokers. So you need a trading platform. Like this is all this is. It interacts with Interactive Brokers, so you can use this as order entry. Notice in the connected, I can connect to Interactive Brokers. E-Trade and Alpaca might be coming down the road, but right now, in order to use this window right there, you'd need an Interactive Brokers account. I have it checked on simulated trading all day long. Well, I'm a Canadian too, so I don't. We're not slow. Obviously, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube feed, guys. For those of you in the other trading room. I's the buy that builds the boats. How's that? You might want to take our test drive, Tiff. It starts May the 11th. Not that long away. About 3 weeks away, I guess. Let me just pop the link in there for you. Yeah, I'm just going to show you. If you click on the link, you'll see it'll give you all the information. I'll show you right on the screen though. You click on the link, this is what will happen. You'll be brought to this page. The test drive starts on May the 11th and May 22nd, which is 10 trading days. You'll actually have 2 weeks to use the program. Basically, it'll cost you $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. If you click on this link and sign up for it, what you're basically doing right now is just pre-registering. Okay, you're getting no data or anything like that until live data May 11th, and we do this 4 times a year. Okay, so you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you took out a premium subscription. Okay. ARNC, wasn't ARNC moving up this morning? Yeah, see, look how choppy this is. There's a nice little red bar ignored there, but then, well, paper trading or live trading, whatever you can use it. I mean, you have a brokerage account. We connect to many brokerage accounts. I mean, if you wanted to use Brokerage Plus to actually trade your live account, you would need an Interactive Brokers account. But we have this tool here called external linking. So I don't know who your broker is, but what external linking means is that if you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform. into your order entry. It's not going to trade it or anything like that. Just saves you the step of having to type symbols in all day long. Yeah, I think I don't. It can be. I don't know. A lot of times it's just a matter of trial and error. So if you went into your order entry in RBC and follow the rules on how to link, it might establish the link, and then it just saves you the time of having to type in symbols into your order entry all day long. Well, it's not so much money. It's just, well, I suppose it depends if you're, really, really, depends how many trades you take. I mean, some people get very, I'm not saying you, but a lot of people get hung up, especially on the AI. We get the alert at 8:55 for SGRY. Oh my gosh, it's 8:60 right now. I've lost the trade. I can't possibly get into it. Well, most of these are not set up just, to make a nickel. I mean, it may turn out that way, but they're not set up. So, people ask me, do I use hotkeys and all that? I don't. In this particular case, look what happened after that alert. Does it link with Schwab? Yes. How? I'm not 100% sure, but if you want to know absolutely, I'll give you a link to our homepage and you can start a live chat. Give me a second here. And they'll tell you exactly how to link it. Most of the time, you probably just have to try the linking in the order entry. And so if you click on that link and start a live chat, and you just literally just say, do you link with Schwab? And they might give you a canned script that you can follow. You can try right now though. Or are you a subscriber right now, AB? Okay. Yeah, so Tiff, again, you're missing kind of the point on the AI. The AI, Holly doesn't, she's not looking at stocks necessarily like that. Okay, it is a strategy, and if there happen to be some of the top gainers in there, then fine. But there are all sorts of different strategies that the AI looks at, pullbacks. Today, obviously, as an example, it traded SGRY. It has to be one of the top gainers. It's up 42%. But it doesn't exclusively look at them. Sorry, guys, I'm just following a fun little discussion we're having among the traders at Trade Ideas. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:26. So I'll be shutting down at around 2:30 or 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but you know what? We're getting to the end of another exciting week. So you have questions, ask me now until the end. There's no time column, Al. The top list window updates every 30 seconds, so there's no time window. Okay? So you notice the time is at the top here. This just updates every 30 seconds automatically. There's no time. Okay? Remember, a topless window is used differently from the alert window where you do get the time because you want the time of the real time alert. But this is this is updating every 30 seconds. Okay? No, there are no alert windows. There are no topless windows with a time column. Okay? I mean, if you look at columns, I mean, time is just not available. Again, that's because remember what a topless window is all about. If you just wanted to see the top gainers for the day, you're not caring if they make a new high right at the time, but you don't want to see the top gainers for the day. Then you lose a topless window, and it'll automatically update every 30 seconds. So an alert window is the only one that has a time column. Unless you show me one that a topless that has a time column, then you've invented it. Okay, no problem. Actually, Apple was downgraded by Goldman today. All right, guys, half an hour. Oh yeah, Kivo. Absolutely. So there's this Ardas. It is struggling. This will probably, let's see, will it make the watch list for Monday? It might make the watch list for Monday, depending on how it closes. The next high looking left is 1567. It's a little bit choppy. I wish this weren't here. Because again, when I make the watch list, I like to see charts that have the potential of a big move, a big run. You took a long an apple. Really? I thought you were Mr. Short. All right, so this little practice trade I did for the OSUR, showing how to use the buy button on the chart. I was just using it as a demonstration, starting to work a little bit here. All right, market is definitely starting to drift down now. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know. CFG, another little pop here. I think I still have my alert set for, what is it, 2016 or so. But, I don't know. It's kind of choppy. I mean, I just don't see a beautiful trend unless this is the start of it. I mean, it definitely has room, a little bit of room. You too, Larissa. Have a great weekend. Yeah, everybody be safe. As they say, be safe. You're welcome, Atif. Come back. Yeah, just, you have the room like this every day, night. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3. And I'm obviously here to answer as many questions as I can. You know what? Look at the CFG. The high of the day is, I think, 2011. Let's see if we get a bid of 2011 or 2012 or so. Looks like it's trying right now. Okay, good stuff, Atif. All right. This could be interesting. Is it shortable? It is shortable. How much volume? Pretty good volume. Oh, only 18 million in the flow. I mean, that could be a little dicey, but look at this one, guys. SCPL. What's interesting about it is look where the 200-day moving average is, William. Look where the 200-day moving average is. 1046. It's at right at 1042. Will the 1046, will that stop it in its tracks for SCPL? This looks right up your alley, William. Okay, another new high now for CFG. Another new high. What time is it? 10. I'm probably going to wrap it up at 3. Probably too late for me to take these trades, but it could be interesting now. I mean, it's a new high. Nice little pattern, little pullback, pop. Earnings play. Probably certainly should be active right to the end of the day. This one really intrigues me. If this were earlier, so SCPL, I mean, it's right at the 200. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Oh, really? I thought maybe the 200-day would attract you. Yeah, David. Okay, so David's asked a question about external linking TI to TOS. If somebody wants to help him, he's in the off topic. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to the. I know it's something to do with running a system or administrator and having a little chart open and all that sort of stuff. It's not as clean. Okay, Kivo says it's easy. Okay, so it's just not as clean as IB. So follow what Kiva was saying. Okay, David, right underneath your post. Well, it says open a chart. Yeah, open a chart in I'm sure he means in Thinkorswim. Yes. Then open the link window in TI. The link, external link window, and then he's going to keep telling you how to do it. So far, it seems easy. So basically, following the instructions. That is, yes, as Real is saying, that is an extended move down with a bottoming tail. So this could be looking, could be ripe for a pop. Probably want the market on your side a little bit.
Lana, do your kids have a laptop, each of them, and your husband and you, and everybody has one device at home? Like, or did you share before? I don't have kids, so I don't know, but I wonder if you have a bigger family.
Well, Trapper, one of the there's sort of two questions because one of the reasons I delay anything from the this window for 15 minutes to try to let things settle down a little bit, okay, so that it's not fluctuating crazily. Now, it didn't work like a charm today on this one INSC, but that's one reason why I actually delayed it for 30 minutes. But I was finding that missing too many of the good moves right at the beginning, after the 15 minutes. But anyway, to answer your question,
How are you doing? Your hair is looking beautiful.
what I'm doing is okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to read your question. Do you simply determine the amount you're willing to potentially kiss goodbye? So how much I'm willing to risk? Well, I mean, it's all based on a stop, isn't it? So right now in here, I'm basing it on this VWAP stop, which is kind of unfortunately, you don't have access to it yet. So I'm basing a lot in here on a VWAP stop. But if I'm going to trade, if I'm taking my trade, then a lot of, for instance, CFG, as an example. Let's say I wanted to take that trade right up here, where I probably could have taken that trade right up there where I had it. I would have been putting my stop very close to the whole number, as an example. That's just I do a lot of whole number stops. I like taking trades just over the whole numbers, and then I can use that as it's a psychological thing. I can use the whole number as the stop, and then knowing that, then that allows me to very quickly share size. Because the math is usually pretty simple, if that makes sense. Otherwise, if I'm using this, then I'll use the VWAP stop. If I'm actually going to take a trade here, I will for sure look at the VWAP stop, which is, that's so right now 29 cents away as an example, if I were going to take the trade. But a lot of my trading is done around a whole number. Whole number break down or whole number break up.
I know. Who told us yesterday, Dan, that a dog came running? Some dog came running to her, and the owner and the little kid that was with the owner, they basically took a very different attitude, I guess. The father seemed to be like, oh, looking at her almost like freaking out that maybe she had COVID or something. So, yeah, and then they go.
All right, so watching this OSUR, this is just the demoing how to place a trade using the buy button. Modestly working here. This OSUR probably make the watch list again for Monday. If it closes, because you see, I'm really looking at this 325 area right there. So let's say it closes at 310. Monday morning, we might have a gap up over this. So that's why it's going to be on the watch list still. Now, if all of a sudden it just collapses all the way down to, $11, then it's not going to be on the watch list. His works, I hate to look at it, but I will. Yeah, okay. I mean, man, that's a big move. $6 to $7.50. That's a big move. So did they get on talking again, defending the whole situation? Oh, yeah, no kidding. Well, I wouldn't be long anything over the weekend, but but that's just me. A lot of volume came in though. All right, guys. So I may wrap it up just a little bit earlier. It's 2:48 right now. I'll stick around again if there are questions. So if you have any questions, please ask away now. Get a jump on the weekend. I don't know exactly why because nothing to do. I will ride my bike. I thought they revealed it. I thought they said they bought it 14 and sold it 50 at 19. Okay, I appreciate that, Rasul. Didn't they do that goods? Didn't they say that they were buying around 14 and selling at 19? I thought that's what it was. And I think they mentioned $234 million over 2 years to them. I thought that is what they said yesterday as a clarification. I'm pretty sure that's what I read yesterday, which is a far cry from $1 billion, of course.
You're going to have the highest number of comments.
I mean, I know I read that. So they'll supply Rethink My Healthcare, and they're buying it for. I don't know who they're buying it for from. I know it doesn't say it here, but I know I absolutely 100% read yesterday that they buy for 14 and sell for 19. I mean, within 25 cents or something of each one. Now, whether that's true, that's another question. But I know that's what they said, something to that effect.
I'm happy that you're doing that because you really wanted to do that, so now you get the chance. When I worked at Massachusetts for a couple of years doing a hospital, Jonathan, they had a group of project managers. They call it the project manager meeting, something like that, to review all the jobs that they have going, and all the project managers will look at the schedule,
Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it now, but I know I didn't make it up. I don't think I dreamt it.
they did is they create those checklists for each of the phases. And the one I keep a few of them, maybe I should have not, but the one that I love so much
You too, Kim.
every meaning of the things that you do in CA and includes, for example, for testing, you should be looking at this, and that. This is when you do a change swap. It was an incredible list that I have helped many interns in the
I had no idea about Real and his background in computers and math.
see also. And I found that when that list was excellent to give them because it gave you every step so you will know what to look for. And I don't know if I can access that. Maybe I have it, but I think I show it to you, Dan. But I would like to send it to you. Maybe there's some more value.
Only took 5 years before I find. I don't even know your. Well, I do know your last name. Real good, Mr. Real Good.
Yeah.
The Love Shack. Yes, Tom. I love that. It's a great video. One of the great videos. If you ever have a chance, haven't seen the Love Shack video, it's a great video. Very inventive song.
You are an architect and you need to go there to site. It tells you step by step what you should be looking for. You do this, and this is a fallback. This everything, lean, everything. And it's not a huge document, but it's excellent to have. I'll try to find and send you that.
Look at Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Looks like it's taken another header down. This could be very interesting next week. It had the earnings on the 15th. Glimmer of hope. When was that? Right there, I guess. I'm sorry, right. Actually, it was not a glimmer of hope. It was a. No, I'm wrong. Okay, so it was on post. So the reaction was on the 16th because they released after hours on the 15th. So the reaction is on the 16th. Little glimmer of hope, even yesterday. But look out, this will be on my watch list. I mean, if this takes out 5 again, I mean, there's no stopping this. I mean, 350 right down here. So probably make my watch list for on the downside. I don't typically short stocks under, even $20, but this I'd make an exception to. And the market is starting to drift down. I should shut down now. I don't want the market to be negative before I leave. What are you doing going long? Transferring funds. All right, guys, are there any more questions? I think I'll shut down now if there are no more questions. I'll stick around if there are questions. I'll just put the test drive link in one last time. Those of you who want to try us out for 10 trading days, couple of weekends plus 10 trading days. And who knows what next week will bring. Yeah, you too, Chris. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap it up. So have a great weekend. Be safe, everybody. And I'll open the moon. I'll open the room Monday morning, 9 o'clock. All right. So have a great weekend, everybody. And remember, I'm going to be changing the symbol list name for my watch list. So you'll have to reload the windows before the market opens Monday morning. Okay, everybody. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.